science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher-paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted...
All of the minutes listed under item 4A on the agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to public participation. This is the public's opportunity to address the City Council on items that are not listed on tonight's agenda. You have 3 minutes, and there is a clock right here. During public participation, Council cannot ask you questions or have any back and forth. We just listen to your comments. So first up, we have Dan Folk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm here this afternoon to do some employee recognition of a couple accomplishments from two of our team members in community development. So first is Michelle McNulty, our planning director. She's sitting here in the second row. And in October, Michelle finished her Certified Public Manager program at ASU. And so this is a program that the Bob Ramsey Executive Education branch of ASU offers, the Certified Public Manager program. It requires five-week courses, so it's quite a commitment, which comes up to about 240 hours are required to complete the program. The emphasis, some of the core competencies that are taught in the Certified Public Manager are personal and organizational integrity, managing work, developing staff, systematic integration, change leadership, and public service focus. And so, again, we want to congratulate Michelle for completing that program. What's interesting is when you go to the website for CPM, they list the different organizations. And so the city of Flagstaff has had 18 people complete it. Michelle is the 19th. And so we want to congratulate Michelle for that. And I thought I would just share some of the other current team members within community development and engineering who've completed the program as well, include Capital Project Manager Christine Cameron, our building official Amy Tressler, Deputy Housing Director Justina Costa, our development engineer James Boyer completed it. I went through the program myself, our housing director Sarah Darr, and then a number of folks who've retired. So we have great representation in that program. And then the second recognition I want to give is to our senior planner, Ben Mejia. Ben is sitting back there in the back row there. So Ben is now a member of AICP, the American Institute of Certified Planners. And so that's another great milestone as a professional planner. In order to take the exam, they've kind of switched it. You can take the exam now, and then you have to have a certain amount of education and experience to then be accepted as an AICP professional. And so Ben has completed that. He's a full-blown AICP. One of the things about being a professional certified planner is you're subject to a code of ethics and professional conduct. And it gets updated every few years. I printed it out today. It's rather thick. And so this is really something that professional planners, we strive to meet the code of conduct, the ethics. The overarching goal is to serve the public interest, which can be difficult as the public interest changes and means different things to different people. But some of the things that we commit as professional planners is a commitment to the community you work in, a commitment to your employer or clients, and then a commitment to yourself and your colleagues. And so congratulations to Ben. I'll just also mention, to maintain your certification, you need to do 32 continuing education credits every 2 years.
Mr. Falk?
Yeah?
Your 3 minutes is up.
I just want to, can I get 10 more seconds, Your Honor?
All right, 10 more seconds.
And so I just wanted to emphasize that we get training in law, ethics, equity, and sustainability resilience. So thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Dennis Givens?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, citizens. I'm here to talk about May Hicks's house and how we should save it. A historic preservationist came and talked to me and was saying how it's really important to save the history of the city because it really gives a sense of our past and how far we've come. And also, a lot of people love this flag, and it was created in that house, I believe. So we should definitely save it. And I know that they want to build a parking lot for some unaffordable housing, or maybe it's affordable, I don't really know. And they want to move it, and I know that can be quite expensive. So I was thinking that we should make it a historical spot so we save it, and then maybe build a parking lot further down Phoenix Avenue, where across the street from Pizzacletta. I know they're expanding it. Oh, it's right next to the bus depot as well. I think they should definitely expand the parking lot, but they should build a structure that has more parking lots. Maybe they could build it underground a little bit, because I know a lot of citizens don't like these tall buildings. And we should charge tourists for sure, but I think if you lived here for 4 or 5 years, maybe you can get free parking, and that way more citizens will go downtown and spend their money, and then the city can make money off of the sales tax that they charge for these local businesses. And yeah, I just think that there's a really bad parking problem in the south side especially. And I think if we solve this problem, we can bring more revenue to the city, and also we can really have the locals go down to downtown and spend more money. Also, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, you guys should have a vending machine for the citizens, because these meetings are really long and we definitely need some fuel for our brains. And yeah, thanks a lot for having me here, and it's been really great to watch all of you guys do work, and you all do a really good job. Keep up the good work. To everyone, thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Mickelson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jennifer Michelson. I'm the Housing Planning Manager. That's okay, Michelson. I'm the Housing Planning Manager here with the city in the housing section. I just had some good news to share with you all. It's very brief, but I wanted to share it here with you and the public. Last Friday, February 2nd, we published a notice of funding availability for the rental incentive bond program. That was a program you adopted last November. Let's see, this is the first bond-funded program to be launched, so we're excited to have reached this point. Applications for funding will be due by Monday, February 19th by 4 p.m. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, we're moving down to 6 proclamations. We have a proclamation for Love of Reading Month and a proclamation for Black History Month. So, Council, if you'd join me down here.
Which one do you want to do first?
I'm sorry?
Which one first?
Love of Reading. Thank you, Sean. And you can, everyone's always very eager to get up here and stand while we read proclamations. And when I'm through, I'll ask you if you'd like to say a few words after we take a photo. The citizens of Flagstaff, Arizona stand firmly committed to promoting reading as the catalyst for our students' future academic success, their preparation for America's jobs of the future, and their ability to compete in a global economy. Our schools and libraries have provided significant leadership in the area of community involvement in the education of our youth, grounded in the principle that educational investments is key to the community's well-being and long-term quality of life. Important events like Love of Reading Month promote children's literacy and the love of reading by communicating to all age groups that reading is fun, exciting, and essential. Community-wide engagement in programs and activities are needed in order to make our children the best readers in the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Love of Reading Month throughout Flagstaff and encourage all citizens, young and old, to celebrate and encourage the practice and joy of reading. There we go.
Okay.
And if you'd like to say a few words.
So, Mayor and Council, my name is Nick Clement, and I have the honor to be the Ernest McFarland Citizens Chair in Education at NAU. Ernest McFarland was the senator from Arizona that introduced the GI Bill. So in his honor, the family endowed a position to provide service to schools. So that I live in Tucson, but I have this appointment that allows me to do service to schools. I was retired as a superintendent about 10 years ago. And in honor of a love of reading, through the support of NAU, my foundation is going to donate a reading vending machine to Kinsey Elementary and money to stock it with books. And a reading vending machine, I don't know if you know anything about them, you get a gold coin. The schools can use it for incentives. Could be their birthday, and then they go to the vending machine in their school and use the gold coin and pick a book. And we are spotlighting a local author who is also a professor at NAU, Dr. Annie Watson, and she's here. One of her children's books, she has two or three, will be in the vending machine. So we're really excited about partnering with Flagstaff Unified and doing our part to celebrate reading and promote reading. So, Annie, did you want to say a couple words?
Just really honored to be part of it and really happy that Kinsey's going to get this amazing new vending machine on campus. And I know Ellen Herman wanted to be here today and, you know, so honored and excited as the principal that that you offered this to our community and our students and the
Right.
families. Thank you.
And that reminds me, Ellen was not able to be here because she had to be a principal today because of the snow and that sort of thing. And this is a pilot, and we hope to continue to partner with schools to put more vending machines. They're about an $8,000 donation, well worth it. So,
Wonderful.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll exit this way.
Either way. Okay. Jean Toner? Did you
Is
say
on.
that? She's online? Okay.
It's my honor to present this year's Black History Month proclamation. In February, the city of Flagstaff celebrates more than Black history, but also honors the ongoing achievements of people of the African diaspora in all realms of our society. Black History Month is a call to inclusion year-round. The Flagstaff City Council commits to Black History Month, which began through awareness about the history of Black Americans, their contributions to society, and assurance that these perspectives were included in the local, regional, and national narratives. In celebration of the contributions and heritage of a historically marginalized identity, the Flagstaff City Council commemorates Black History Month and identity recognition throughout the year. These golden opportunities for all members of the Flagstaff community are to promote awareness of the history, people, traditions, and current experiences of those overcoming oppression to create opportunities for all. Although the 2024 Black History Month theme is African Americans in the Arts, created by the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, the Commission on Diversity Awareness observes Black History Month as spanning the many influences in Black communities that many Black communities have had on visual arts, music, cultural movements, and much more. The 2024 Black History Month theme highlights the art of resistance and draws from the ancestral rites of passage and the collective faith of freedom by continuing to fuse the rhythmic tempo of creative expressions with the energetic thumps on the drums of progress. The Flagstaff City Council recognizes the artists who use their talents and crafts to uplift the race, declare truth, reclaim power, and inspire our city, community, state, and nation for future generations. The Flagstaff City Council recognizes poets, writers, and dancers who have historically served as change agents through their crafts, and visual artists who continue to play a critical role in shaping the narrative of the Live Black experience in the city of Flagstaff. Visual arts also serves as a permanent illustration of our African diaspora and inclusive of all members of our community. The Black History Month official colors are black, red, yellow, and green, which symbolize unity and pride. Black represents resilience, red denotes blood, yellow is optimism and justice, and green symbolizes rich greenery. The colors are derived from the Ethiopian and the Pan-African flags, which was created in 1920 to represent the unity of the African diaspora and Black liberation in the United States of America. In conjunction with Black History Month, the Flagstaff City Council approved and is presenting the Pan-African flag for 2024. This flag will be used as a symbol that offers individuals and groups the opportunity to understand ourselves and each other's differences. Also to show solidarity and pride by paying tribute to and honoring the achievements and history of African diaspora communities. The Commission on Diversity Awareness, in partnership with Coconino County's African Diaspora Advisory Council and the Southside Community Association, recommend the designation of February 2024 as Black History Month, in unison to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, events, resources, exhibitions, and activities. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Becky Daggett, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as Black History Month. And I believe former chair of the Coconino County, or the City of Flagstaff's Commission on Diversity Awareness, Jean Toner, is online.
I don't see that she has joined at this moment. My apologies.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving down to item number 7, council liaison reports. I'm going to start online. So, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything at this time.
Councilmember Harris?
I have nothing at this time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, there have been 2 commission meetings this month, Sustainability and Tourism. The Sustainability Commission reviewed and voted on the fiscal year 2023-24 Neighborhood Sustainability Grant recipients in late November, and 13 projects were awarded funding. The full list of recipients can be found on the city website. In January, the Commission heard an insightful presentation from the Executive Director of the Townsite Community Land Trust, Duffy Westmeyer, who spoke to the inherent tie to sustainability in their work to promote historic preservation and community investment with permanently affordable ownership occupied homes. And at the upcoming Sustainability Commission meeting on later this month, third Thursday in February, the 22nd, last year's Neighborhood Sustainability Grant recipients will do their final project presentations to share about the outcome of their grant projects. Everyone's welcome to attend, and there will be refreshments. We have an agenda item later today about the Sustainability Commission. I hope you will all give it a very careful consideration. I think it's a great idea what we have planned. And with the Tourism Commission, a lot happening to drive quality tourism in the month of February here in Flagstaff. The Visitor Center staff organized and managed the Chocolate Walk. This marks the 8th annual year we're doing this, and it's happening on February 10th, so mark your calendars. 33 downtown businesses signed up, and it's usually a sellout event. It's also Arizona Beer Week coming up, celebrated by Discover Flagstaff and all of the breweries in town. A big draw for our out-of-town guests, all throughout Arizona for the most part. And Discover Flagstaff has some great creative to promote it. There's a website, flagstaffarizona.org, Discover Flagstaff. You can look at the Arizona Beer Week materials. And finally, the I Heart Pluto Festival is happening at Lowell on February 17th. So check that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember House?
You caught me just as I needed to sneeze, but I stopped it. So, for the Commission on Diversity Awareness, the Commission is partnering to support an NAU event with Sinclair Dietrich Jules. They discussed updates on the equitable restrooms policy, colored crosswalks policies, FUSD's bus routes, and participation in NAU events in Black History Month. The Commission is continuing its work in collaboration with the library and continuing their conversation on various topics of interest to support equity and celebrate diversity in Flagstaff. And again, I'll offer thanks to them for writing and drafting this year's Black History Month proclamation and partnering in the presentation on the Pan-African flag that we've adopted for Black History Month. The Housing Commission is beginning discussions for launching the bond-funded homebuyer assistance program expansion, including brainstorming for different ways to most meaningfully apply available funds to increase access to homebuyer assistance opportunities. Some of the suggestions from that discussion included examining interest rates, buy-downs, ADU rental income for eligibility, exploring including all types of homes, and working with employers to leverage employer-assisted housing programs, among a number of other ideas, questions, and suggestions for future conversations. And that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I attended the grand opening of JoJo's homeless transition housing, which was really interesting and rewarding. I attended the employer recognition event, which was very rewarding. I sat at the table of the backpack meeting. What is backpack? Well, it was actually two combined meetings, the Bicycle Advisory Committee and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. They had a joint meeting. And we talked about various things, including new engineering standards that are being considered and will be coming to council. We'll be talking about things like, should we allow rolled curbs instead of vertical curbs, the pros and cons of that. We talked about Butler Avenue. What should the speed limit be on that road? Should it be reduced or kept the same? We talked about the curbs and candlesticks that are there now. Should we keep those or get rid of those? And we talked about the grant money that we've recently gotten to do a complete streets upgrade of Butler Avenue. So very interesting meetings. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living is a very hardworking commission that has been meeting every week, actually, and they have been working on a lot of accessibility issues, a lot of sidewalk issues. So it's very timely now as we're having this snowstorm to remind everyone that you'll be helping your neighbors if you clear your sidewalks after snowstorms. And then even when we don't have snowstorms, trying not to park your vehicle across a sidewalk that could impede someone who maybe has some mobility challenges. So they are really hardworking and trying to build up a education campaign to help people understand why it's so important to clear your sidewalks and keep your vehicles off of them. So we are down to item number 8, liquor license public hearings. So I am going to open the public hearing. We're going to hear from staff, and then council, if you have questions, that can come after the staff presentation. So please join us.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Nick Helmendares. I'm a sergeant with the Flagstaff Police Department. I'm here before you to present a new application for a Series 12 restaurant liquor license. It's for ATL Wings, located at 1300 South Milton Road, number 107A in Flagstaff, Arizona. The application was filed by Andrea Dahlman-Lukowitz, who is the agent and controlling person, and Antonio Trujillo, who's the controlling person. In my investigations, no derogatory records on the applicants were discovered, and there were no current or historical liquor violations for the business. We found evidence the applicants had taken the mandatory liquor license training, and a representative of the business was invited to answer any questions and is available virtually.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? All right. Do we have any public comment?
No, Mayor, we do not.
All right. I'm going to thank you. We're going to close the public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to forward the application to the state with a recommendation for either approval or denial. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move to forward the application to the state with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Moving down to our consent agenda, item number 9, A through J. Thank you. I am ready to entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda, approve the consent agenda, unless a council member would like to pull an item. Councilmember McCarthy?
I move to approve the consent agenda as posted, which is items 9A through 9J.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Moving down to routine items. 10A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2024-02. And we have this is regarding body camera video review and redaction.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. We're here just for any questions. Last week was the first read of this ordinance, and this will be our second read.
Council, any questions before I entertain a motion to read the ordinance by title for the final time? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to read ordinance 2024-02 by title only for the final time.
You said that pretty dramatically.
Yeah, wait till the next one.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 3 Business Regulations, Chapter 3-10, User Fees, Section 3-10-001-0004, Police Department, to revise existing fees and adding new fee for body camera video review and redaction, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, providing for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. And how about a motion to adopt?
At this point in time, which means now, I move to adopt ordinance 2024-02.
Thank you. Second?
At this point in time, meaning now, I wish to second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Moving down to B, consideration and approval of change in commission member terms. And this is regarding the Sustainability Commission. And is there any presentation from staff?
Yes, Mayor. Tia Hatton will be presenting on this. She is online today.
Hello, I am going to present via Teams to you all.
Tia, I think you are muted. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Great. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Tia Hatton, Sustainability Coordinator and Staff Liaison to the Sustainability Commission. Today, I am here to briefly discuss with you a request to change the Sustainability Commission's term length. This presentation will cover three things. First, I'll talk about the current Sustainability Commission term month. Then I'll discuss the challenges with the current Commission term month due to the Commission's annual work plan. And lastly, I'll present staff's 2 recommended actions for Council to take. So currently, the Sustainability Commission terms start and end in October. Just a clarifying note, although all commission terms start in October, occasionally a commissioner will inevitably resign midterm, and an appointment to that vacant seat can happen in any month of the year. That newly appointed commissioner is then technically filling out the rest of that existing term. But the key point here is that they start and end in October. The challenge with an October term month is that the Sustainability Commission has an integral role in the annual Neighborhood Sustainability Grant process because they review and vote on the grant recipients. Turnover in the months of September through December is very disruptive to this grant process because we need sufficient time to onboard new commissioners, ensure they understand the grant program, and that they have sufficient time to complete the full grant review process from start to finish. During these months, the Neighborhood Sustainability Grants is the primary agenda item for these commission meetings. Due to these challenges, staff recommend that the Council consider and take the following 2 actions. The first is to adopt a motion to change the term start and end month from October to February. February is just a slower time for the commission work plan, and it would be a better month for the commission terms to start and end. The second recommended action is to adjust the terms of the current sustainability commissioners to end in February of the following year. That's all I have. Thank you for considering these requests.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
The question I have is, when we talk October and February, is that the first day of the month or the last day of the month or maybe the 13th?
We do not mind. Yeah, whatever the clerk's office would recommend.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Stacy Fobar, your Deputy City Clerk. Currently, our terms end at the first of the month. So for this example, they would end on February 1st. And typically, the new commissioners start at the very next meeting date after they're appointed.
Any other questions, Council? All right. You can make no public comment?
It looks like Councilmember Harris has her hand raised.
Sorry, Councilmember Harris.
Yes, the current members of the commission, when will their terms end? I missed that part. Because this is February. So when would the people who are currently on the commission now, when would their terms end?
Yes, so, oh, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Tia. Sorry, Councilmember Harris. Commissioners can stay in their seats until a new commissioner is appointed. Typically, we have their terms end, again, at the first of the month. However, in our current situation, we have not appointed to the Sustainability Commission to replace the term that is currently expired. So Chairperson White's commission would end, or term would end, February of 2024 at this point, because his did expire in October of 2023. The other commissioners have terms that will expire later this year, so that would extend them to February of 2025.
So the person, so there's a term that's, I'm sorry, there's a term that's expiring this February, did you say?
There's a term that expired in October of 2023.
Okay.
Yes, and it would have extended through February of 2024. However, commissioners are allowed to serve in their current seat until appointments have been made to replace them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. If there are no additional questions or discussion, I will entertain a motion for both items 1 and 2 if a council member would like to make them. Make it. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we change the Sustainability Commission members' start and end dates of their terms from the month of October to the month of February, and adjust the terms of the currently seated Sustainability Commissioners to end in February or until their or longer if there is not a replacement yet.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Great. Thank you. All right. Public hearing items. I am going to open the public hearing. Our first item is, our only item on the public hearing agenda is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-05 and ordinance number 2024-03. And we have a presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. Tiffany Antal, Zoning Code Manager. Tonight I'm here to present a proposed amendment to the public facility zone for the intention of allowing residential uses as a permitted use. The proposed amendment includes modifying Table 1040-30-60B, which is the public and open space zones allowed uses, to permit duplex dwellings, multifamily dwellings, attached single-family dwellings, and detached single-family dwellings within the PF zone, utilizing the high-density residential zone development standards, including density, lot coverage, building height, and setbacks. I do want to point out in code already, whenever there is a change of use within the public facility zone, and because residential is not currently a permitted use, any addition or any residential uses proposed would trigger this particular section of the code, which requires a neighborhood meeting. So any change of use within the public facility zone already within the zoning code triggers that a neighborhood meeting be held, and that would be the case for any proposed residential use. The Flagstaff City Council also adopted Resolution 2252, November of 2022. The resolution states that the mayor and city council require if a city-owned building or property is being vacated by the city, that the housing section first have the opportunity to evaluate the property. This was one of the things we considered as sort of building the basis for this particular code amendment, as well as a strategy within the housing plan, which we'll cover a little later. The public facility zone is really a limited zone overall. There are only 181 properties in the entire city within the zoning category. On the map, you will see highlighted those properties that are specifically owned by the city of Flagstaff. But of those 181 parcels, approximately 40% of them are owned by the city of Flagstaff. Another 29% is also the NAU campus falls within that zoning category. For the most part, they are exempt from our zoning code, and so therefore they don't necessarily meet these standards, as clearly there's already residential uses on the campus. Another large property owner within this zoning district is FUSD. And there could be potential benefits to them as well in terms of how they might use their sites and add housing in the future. There are other governments or quasi-public agencies, APS, there are museums, county, Unisource, and Lowell Observatory, for example. They own 12%. There's a remaining 10% of those total 181 that do fall under private ownership, but they're the small majority of the total site, of the total properties. In order to approve a text amendment, we must find the following. We must make the following findings. The first is that the proposed amendment is consistent with and conforms to the objectives and policies of the general plan. Zoning does have a profound impact on housing location and type, but it can also impact cost and affordability. This amendment is meant to reduce the regulatory burden of rezoning public and quasi-publicly owned lands for the use of housing. The Flagstaff 10-year housing plan supports the proposed amendment through the following policy. Explore adding affordable housing as an allowed use in the public facility zone. Right now, affordable housing is not specifically identified as a land use within our zoning code. So the first step to really allowing affordable housing is allowing residential uses. So that is what this proposed amendment does, is it proposes to add those allowed residential types to the zone, to this particular zone. The existing regional plan supports this proposed amendment with the following policies, including providing a variety of housing types throughout the city, and increasing the availability of affordable housing for very low-income persons. The proposed amendment would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare to the city. So the amendment provisions are not anticipated to be detrimental. Most of the time, the other codes and requirements that we have, meeting stormwater requirements, meeting public infrastructure requirements, those are all there, and meeting the development standards of the zone help us to ensure that we are meeting the life, health, safety requirements. In adding this particular use, it's not anticipated that we will conflict with that for other surrounding zones as well. And then the proposed amendment is internally consistent. The amendment is, it utilizes the existing format and doesn't conflict with other zoning code provisions. And with that, staff recommend, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended to the City Council for approval of this text amendment for residential uses in the public facility zone. That vote was a 3-1 vote, so we only had 4 members of the Planning and Zoning Commission that day. And our no vote was pretty clear and adamant no from the start, that they would not be able to support this amendment.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify in my mind, this rezoning, if you will, helps us reach what the citizens voted to achieve in our proposition on housing last year, correct? I mean, this helps open it up to land within the city limits that we can build low to moderate income housing, correct? Does that make sense?
Mayor and Councilmember Matthews, yes, I think this amendment is one step forward towards expanding opportunities for housing in Flagstaff.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tiffany. So I just have a clarifying question on the, you referenced the Create 4.3 and the desire to explore adding affordable housing as allowed use in public facility. And I know we're having some conversations with the community in email and so forth on wanting to see us really codify that commitment to affordable housing. So can you just give some clarity to, if we're precluded by the state from requiring affordable housing, how will this move forward enabling that for this? Or I guess kind of to what limit can we actually codify that for use in this area?
Thank you, Councilmember House, Mayor Daggett. So right now, because affordable housing is not a listed land use, we could look at going back and talking about what that is. The concern with doing that is affordable housing means lots of things to different folks. When we incentivize affordable housing units, we are looking to serve that 80% area median income. But we certainly have negotiated with developers on projects all the way up to 125% AMI. The market is ever changing. The needs and demands of the housing market, I assume, will also continue to change and what is necessary. So it might be hard to actually define and pinpoint what would fall within affordable housing as opposed to market rate. So what might be market rate for one person might be affordable for another person, right? So the often said, and somebody just mentioned this to me as I walked in, that, you know, people talk about housing being affordable if it's no more than 30% of your income, but everybody's incomes are different. And so, you know, what is affordable, again, for one person may not be for the other. And so giving yourself this flexibility in the code to not try to pin down what exactly is affordable housing today will probably help you 2 and 3 years down the line when a project walks in that might not be 80% AMI or 60% AMI. It might be 120, it might be 150. So it'll give you that flexibility. It is really hard to tie the hands of you all, our elected officials, within code. You know, it is possible to leave the code as it is and just go through the rezoning process. Or the issue is that, you know, you all also make those same decisions on how city property is used. So whether you all as a group are making the decision on the city property or you all are making the decision on the rezoning, there's not a lot of difference there, right? We've got the neighborhood meetings covered, that's already required in code. There's not a lot differential that'll happen in terms of those two different actions. What takes so long for a rezoning on the back end is what comes through us, working through all of the little pieces of a rezoning, going through the Planning and Zoning Commission, noticing those public hearings, all of the things that have to be done. So, you know, in all honesty, this is about just trying to limit the amount of time it could take to work through a potential rezoning case. We have done some of these in the past, where we did do rezonings for the city to support affordable housing and from PF to either MR, HR zoning categories. So, you know, I don't have a great answer for you on how to make it perfect that in the future council will always make the decision that it'll be for 100% affordable housing project. Because there's just no easy way to, again, identify or define that affordability. you know, one of the other things that I was pointed out early in this presentation was this particular resolution, right, which also grants or gives direction that the city, mayor, and council require of city-owned building. We could work on another resolution similar to this to maybe do the same in regards to PF-zoned lands, if that would suit or meet that need. Sorry, I rambled.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. So I think you touched on what I was going to propose, and I know Sarah Darr's back there. She may want to come up and help answer, but I'm wondering if it's a policy statement or an intent statement that the council can come up with so that we don't slow down the process. And it really just has the word prioritize in there, and it explains why we're prioritizing how we are, that we would like affordable housing in this for future councils and for the public to know why we want that in there. I like the word prioritize because I don't know 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road, what is the priority? It might change. We don't know that. So for now, it's just saying we are intending this language to be in there, and this is why. I don't know that system, you know, if it's perfect or if that's the route we want to go, but sounded like a good option.
Thank you very much. I would be more than happy to work with housing to prepare such a resolution and come up with language. And if you need to delay this decision in order for us to come up with that resolution, or to see if we can come up with something by the second read, we can do that.
I would be good if you could come up with it by the second read. I don't want to delay the process.
Okay.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll let you finish your notes. Are you done? Okay. I'm not thinking so much about city-owned property. I'm thinking about these quasi-governmental, you know, the school district or whoever. So if they wanted to put housing on like school district land, for instance, would they need a conditional use permit, or would this be by right?
Currently, the way the text amendment is, it would be allowed by right. So it would go through our regular development process.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take some public comment. We have an online commenter that I will take first.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but it looks like Councilmember Harris has her hand up.
Sorry. Councilmember Harris?
Yes. I guess I'm trying to understand what delaying this would give us. What would we get for delaying this? I guess I'm wanting to move forward, but I also want to understand why would we delay this, because I'm not understanding something. So I'm not sure who can answer that question.
Do you want me to try? I think we want to continue to move forward, and we're going to come up with some resolution language. Even if we don't have the resolution on the next agenda, we'll have it there promptly, but at least you'll have some language to review and feel comfortable that we're moving in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the online commenter.
Mayor and Council, I have Michelle James. Michelle, you can go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, you heard my name is Michelle James. I'm Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. On February 2nd, I sent you each an email that expressed FCube's general support for the proposed amendment to the zoning code that will allow residential uses in the PF zone. In that email, we also encouraged you to make an express commitment in a separate policy document prioritizing the construction of affordable housing in the PF zone so that future council members understand the motivation of this amendment. You guys have been talking about that. So, however, FCube has additional concerns which I want to outline now. Number one, if the objective for the zoning amendment is to ensure that affordable housing is built on some portion of the city-owned public facilities-owned lands, how will you ensure that you achieve this, since the first step is just to allow residential use? Number 2, what concrete steps will you take to ensure that 100% market rate housing is not built on these city parcels, and that is this proposed amendment does not, in fact, leave us with more second homes and vacation rentals? Number 3, is it possible that a future city council could direct staff to issue a RFP for only market rate housing to be built on city-owned parcels in the PF zone? If so, is this what the council intends? And number 4, can you ask staff to share with the public what they see as any other unintended or intended consequences of this proposed amendment? FQ believes that opening up the PF zone to residential uses is a very consequential decision. We also understand the city has the ability through the procurement process to ensure that city-owned parcels in the PF zone only be used for the development of a 100% affordable housing, which is the outcome of the policy change that FQ supports. If this is not the case, an explanation from staff is necessary. In closing, FQ encourages you to seek the answers to the questions I've posed to you and the public, so that the public can understand also what's going on, and do that all before you cast your votes. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next public commenter is Charlie Silver.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Charlie Silver. I walked in here as this item was just being discussed by Tiffany et al. And I'd just like to mention for your consideration that parkland is zoned PF as well, and that this does not encroach on our parkland, which is very rare, as you know, or a limited commodity. The city does not necessarily have the funds to purchase additional parks. The use of parkland is important for the community as our community grows as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Staff, is there anyone who'd like to address questions that have been asked?
That's me. Sorry. I'm like, oh, who? Me? Okay. I think, I mean, I have seen the email from Michelle James, and I believe that through the resolution we can hit those points in terms of what we would like to see prioritized. And so hopefully with that draft resolution language, I believe we can resolve the concerns that are presented. I am grateful that F Cubed is generally supportive, but yet still wanting additional information. So happy to work on that and try to alleviate as many concerns as possible. We also know that a lot of our parks lands are within the PF zone. We also have parks that are in residential zones. It hasn't made them more vulnerable to redevelopment through housing. So not every park is zone PF, but a large majority is. We did take this, why we did delay this was so that we could have the time to take this to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and I have to say overall, they were probably the most supportive and welcoming to this idea. For the most part, what I got from the commission and their staff was that they feel that the lands that have been allocated and designated for parks are protected in that regard. It's unlikely, I can't say that it's ever impossible, but it's unlikely that, especially something that where resources and infrastructure have been developed, that you would ever see those redeveloped for housing or replaced just because of the amount of money it takes to build a park in the first place. And definitely they're valuable community resources just as much as housing is. So we all respect that, and maybe if there's some way that I can address that as well in the resolution, I would be happy to try.
Thank you. Sarah, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Mayor and Council, Sarah Jar, Housing Director, not necessarily add to Tiffany, but bring up a different point. And I heard an earlier question, I'm sorry, I don't remember who it was, talking about the 100% affordable, balancing those needs. we as a community know that our housing needs extend beyond our 80% number. We worked really hard in the last regional plan to not use the words affordable housing everywhere, because what we really need is housing. Within the housing plan, the same thing. We've recently had some theoretical conversations with some different groups about employer-assisted housing. And if we were to limit what we do to 100% affordable, we may be limiting ourselves to housing only our low-income employees, which we know we have needs that extend beyond that. You know me. You know I am one of your biggest affordable housing advocates, and I believe in housing for everyone. In a case such as this, where we have the opportunity to reach beyond what we're usually limited to by our funding sources, I think it would be a missed opportunity for us to limit it to purely low income. Are there other ways we could accomplish that? Sure. But to limit it purely to affordable, by affordable definition, which is tied to an income limit, is going to limit our ability to obtain financing. Unless we go down a road that limits us to even 60% and below. So it could be very limiting depending on what our community decides it needs. Rebecca Sayers and I have had long conversations about things like this, and there are places where things work together, where housing co-occurs. Do we have a giant plan to take over all the land? No, we do not. There are places in the community where it makes sense. In fact, where housing has been, where it's intended to go, and this would allow us to not go through a full rezoning to fulfill other council directives. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Tiffany, I think this will be a question for you. If you can remember back to the first conversation we had on this, and this is kind of going back to Mr. Silver's question. I remember there being a discussion about the fact that parkland sits within public facility, and I'm wondering if you can recall, I know I'm asking you to go back in some time, but what the conversation was there about the desire not to encroach on parks. And I see Rebecca came down as well, so maybe she has some recollection on that conversation also.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So just in our work session previously, what the concern was about encroaching on parks, or, I'm sorry?
I honestly don't remember what the full conversation was there, so I don't know if it was just a presentation from the concerns that were presented from the commission where that came up, or if it was part of more of the discussion.
I think I've had definitely a couple of comments. Of the comments, mostly I've been asked a lot of clarifying questions, and so a lot of the questions I've been getting are really in relation to the protection of parklands. And so I've just been trying to stress that parklands are only one of the uses that are allowed in the public facility zone. In fact, you know, very strangely, congregate care facilities are a listed use in the public facility zone. I'm not sure why. I don't know the history. It doesn't make sense from looking at the former zoning code as to this zoning code now, why that is a particularly allowed use. It's just sort of interesting. But again, you know, there are a lot of other really important community facilities that are in the public facility zone. The airport, we have well sites, we have tank facilities. And so I get the overarching concern that there may be some concerns for parks, and there definitely is a community conversation about an existing parcel of land where housing was once thought of or proposed that is a piece of a park that is zoned public facility. And there were community conversations in the past. I think that started when I first started working at the city about 10 years ago. So I think there are some nerves that are raw out there in the community because there's assumptions that we're going back towards those conversations, and that really wasn't the intent of this particular ordinance. There are other parcels out there that have been looked at for housing for a long point in time. And so whatever we can do to quell community concerns, that there is no intention here to disrupt what people see as an amenity to their communities and what benefits them. What I would also say is that public open space zone is the zone that's most often applied to our public open space areas as well. And so those areas do get protected, and this particular amendment would not impact or even be considered in regards to those lands. So there really are two different categories. So public facilities is really areas where you're going to have a larger scale disturbance and still development, where public open space zone is really an area where we're trying to limit disturbance and development overall, even in terms of what might be completed to support access to those open space areas. So I think that's the basis of some of that concern. I think that it would be a huge community conversation if any park in particular was scheduled to be used for housing. But on the flip side, think about what yet has to be developed. And in times where monies are tight and there's interesting conversations going around, why wouldn't we want to be open to the idea of a public-private partnership in the development of new park facilities? And the idea of building housing, what is the most compatible use? Well, maybe not with pickleball courts, but maybe with most parks, it's housing is one of those uses. Same with schools, churches. Those all fall within typically residential zones, and they're very comparable and compatible uses for the most part when they're designed well and serve the community's needs.
Councilmember McCarthy, did you have a question?
You're a mind reader, I do. I think Mr. Silver's comments were very interesting, and what they made me think about was the old maintenance yard, because there was talk on council, maybe before some of the council members that are sitting here tonight were on council, about putting housing at the old maintenance facility. But we determined not to do that because that land was designated for park uses only. So I guess, and from what I hear, it's not your intent to facilitate changing parks into residential. However, it might be the effect of it. So I will ask if it might make sense that we put an amendment on this in saying that it does not apply to land that's currently being used as city parks.
You know, I would be happy to investigate if adding a footnote could be something we could possibly do. So let me regroup with legal and make sure that we don't have a uniformity issue. Let me see if that's something.
Okay, so I can be supportive of this proposal tonight, but before we do the second read, I would be interested in if you could propose some words for us that would clarify that current parks not be used for residential under this provision. I think that was clearly an intent of our discussions a couple years ago about the old maintenance yard facility, and so I think we need to, put that in the code and not just trust that some future council will be aware of that, or 10 years from now, they may not have any concept of what the history is on that parcel of land, as an example. Enough said for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say I really appreciate the idea of that addition. I think that'll be very helpful.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'll tag team on that. I very much remember that conversation. It was my first night as a council member. We were sworn in and we had that conversation and we approved a Circle K out on 89A, and very memorable evening for me. And I was very much an advocate for protecting our park spaces during that conversation. My position on affordable housing has shifted over the years, and I recognize the crisis we're in. I do still think that we need, this is clearly a very sensitive issue. It's something a lot of us are attuned to, and we do want to protect our park spaces. That position of mine hasn't changed. I would just like to throw my voice in with Councilmember McCarthy and others who have stated that we'd like to see at least a resolution stating our intentions here for future councils to sort of be aware of. And, you know, we can't tie the hands of a future council. And I would have hated for a past council to somehow use some sort of time travel technique to tell me what I can and can't do here on this council. So I understand that dynamic. The only other thing I wanted to say is, you know, when this first came up, I was expressing some concerns. And I really appreciate the conversations, Tiffany, that you and I had together to sort of understand this better. I know you've been working behind the scenes pretty hard with community members and with us as well, just to clarify some of those things that seem scariest to folks who are always looking out for ways, unintended consequences, and the ways that decisions we make can, without us realizing it, negatively affect future dynamics. So thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, thank you. And another point I would like to make is the Sarah Dar's comments about affordable housing, all housing, et cetera. I took those with great interest, and I think what I'll do, if we have a resolution comes back that involves affordable housing issues, I'll make my comments then, and I don't need to get into that now. But I thank you, Sarah, for your comments. Bye-bye. I did say bye-bye, and what I meant to say was thank you, Mayor. I didn't do that on purpose. It just kind of came out.
All right, Council, if there are no additional questions or comments, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I don't see any additional public comments. Okay, so I'm closing the public hearing. And I will entertain a motion to read the resolution by title only for the first time.
Mayor, I move that we read Resolution 2024-05 by title only.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thanks so much. Thank you, Tiffany.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to need to read that resolution, and then we'll have a second action.
Oh, so close.
So close. May I? Yes, please. All right. A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled PZ-23-00136 residential uses in the public facility PF zone.
Thank you. Now may I have a motion to read ordinance number 2024-03 by title only for the first time.
I move to read ordinance number 2024-03 by title only for the first time.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10 Flagstaff Zoning Code by adopting by reference that certain document entitled PZ-23-00136 residential uses in the public facility PF zone, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, we're moving down. Item number 12A, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-06. Hello, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Sterling Solomon, City Attorney. I'm presenting on behalf of Christina Rubalcava tonight. What's before you right now is a resolution to approve 3 waivers of binding waivers of enforcement regarding some Prop 207 claims that have come in. In November of 2020, as you have heard several times with many waivers that have come to you for approval, even in resolutions, the Council adopted Ordinance 2020-28, which made various amendments to the Flagstaff City Zoning Code, including changes to the regulation of high occupancy housing, or HOH as we commonly refer to it, requiring a conditional use permit for HOH, restricting HOH of 4 units or more to the pedestrian shed of an activity center, and adding parking, bedroom, bathroom, and other HOH regulations. In late 2023, the City Council, or the City, received Prop 207 claims on behalf of 3 parcels of land. The owners claim that as a result of the November 2020 amendments, their properties lost a collective $2.3 million in value. Prop 207 is officially codified under ARS Title 12-1134. The specifics of that are here on the screen. I won't read them for you, other than the last 2, which are the landowner does need to make a written demand for a specific amount of just compensation that they believe they've lost in value, and the city has 90 days to pay, amend the law, or permanently waive enforcement of the new land use law on the landowner's parcel, just as the city has done in many other cases that have come forward. If the council does not act, the landowner may file a claim for just compensation in Superior Court within 3 years of the date that the land use law took effect. Just compensation for diminution in value is the reduction in fair market value for the property resulting from the land use law. And fair market value is most likely priced where the land would bring, or based on what the land would bring on sale on the open market by a purchaser who buys with knowledge of all of the uses and purposes to which it is adapted and for which it is capable. That said, if approved by council tonight, the city will agree to declare the HOH zoning code amendments will not be enforced nor applicable to any portion of these 3 properties identified in the binding waiver of enforcement attached to the staff summary as Exhibit A in the resolution. With a little further information, I know that council has received a question about what existing rights to use, divide, sell one of the residential properties that's involved here in these 3 claims, or what is the compensation being reduced. I think the intent is what is the value or the reduction or the diminution in value. To be honest with you, these are claims that could result in litigation, and I'm not comfortable getting into the details of claims here in an open council meeting. Another question I know has come forward to you as far as whether there's any proposed rezoning on one of these 3 parcels, and none that I or my staff are aware of that I can tell you about tonight, but just wanted you to have that information and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you.
You bet.
Council, do you have any questions? All right, I am going to take public comment. We have 1 public commenter. I don't see anything online. Charlie Silver.
Again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, thank you very much for taking my comments. I will take credit for the items that the City Attorney just mentioned, and I'd like to read those into the record as well. I am writing in regard to the City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, February 6, 2024, item 12A. The item is in consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-06, a resolution approving binding waivers of enforcement for 3 parcels of land located in the city of Flagstaff. Specifically, my comments are directed to one of the 3 parcels listed, that is APN number 108-15-010, located at 3731 North Patterson Boulevard. So I just posed some questions. I am curious why this matter has come before you, i.e. consideration of a Prop 207 waiver for the implementation of the high occupancy housing amendments to an R1 zone residential property on the east side of Flagstaff near Swiss Manor. I ask the question again, what existing rights to use, divide, sell this residential property are being reduced? What compensation is being reduced? And finally, is there a proposed rezoning on the horizon that would affect this area? Thank you for helping me understand the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sterling, did you have anything to add?
I don't, other than historically speaking, all binding waivers of enforcement that have been presented to council have been approved. That said, if you wanted to do something different with this particular property that's been identified and the questions have been raised about it, again, it's not something I'm willing to get into details about here in the regular meeting. That would be for an executive session, and if you wanted to do that, I would recommend actually that you table the item tonight.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any questions or comments at this point? Councilmember McCarthy.
I'll just make a comment to Mr. Silver. If you want to talk about this sometime, give me a phone call.
All right. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move to read Resolution 2024-06 by title only.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving binding waivers of enforcement for 3 parcels of land within the corporate limits of the city of Flagstaff.
Thank you. And a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Moving down to item number B, or letter B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-07. Thank you, Mr. Overton.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Overton, Public Works Director. This evening we have an action of an IGA. This IGA is Resolution 2024-07. It is an IGA with Coconino County. We are undertaking a landfill road rebuild project, so we are going to rebuild the road from 89 North to our landfill property at approximately 2 miles. This IGA has been in discussions now for quite some time. We started this project in 2019, and we have kind of come to resolution. The next item on your agenda will actually be the CMAR award for the contractor. But this evening I am pleased to announce that we've come to agreement with Coconino County. We are each paying a proportional share of this roadway to get it replaced. Total cost is just over $5 million. The county will pay just about $2.44 million, and the city's proportionate share is about $2.6 million. Really credit to the county on this one. We were short funding, and they were able to come to the table with some additional dollars that were not anticipated in the early scoping. So this did keep this project moving in a good direction. And with all good luck, after these 2 next items, we will go to construction and have a new road built during this next construction season for years to come at our landfill facility on 89 North. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. But again, thanks to Coconino County and their cooperation on this agreement, and we look forward to moving the project forward.
Thank you, Scott. I know that we've got some members of the community who have written to us about this road who will be very happy to see this happen. Council, do you have any questions? Comments? There's no public comment, so I will entertain a motion to read the resolution by title only.
Mayor, I'll move to read resolution number 2024-07 by title only.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for the landfill road construction project.
Thank you all.
And a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2024-07.
And a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Moving down to C, consideration and approval of contract with the construction manager at risk. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Evan Tyrrell, Solid Waste and Fleet Services Section Director. I'm going to quickly pass this over to Matt Morales, who has worked on this project much longer and prior to my tenure with the city as an organization. So he's been kind of the mastermind in working through this with the design and engineering, and Emily also with procurements has helped with the Seymour contract that's before you tonight. Thank you.
The presentation.
Apologies, we did not save the presentation and have it queued up, so I'm just going to jump into and download it from the PDF. I apologize.
No worries.
In the meantime, I can go ahead and give you a rundown, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthew Morales. I'm the project manager out at Cinder Lake Landfill for solid waste. This project has been going on for 6 years in the making. We've been working hard to establish many conceptual designs that would work within the framework of the regulations for the Forest Service. And those are tight regulations. As you know, there's required biological, archaeological, even penstemon studies out there that we had to do prior to all the establishment of just designing the road. That work, as I said, indicated, took us around 6 years, or excuse me, 2 years just to get through with Forest Service. Then we moved on to other portions of designing the road, presenting that to the Forest Service as a conceptual idea. We looked at other avenues of actually realigning the road through other means. And so this was a long-term effort. We also had done a cost agreement with the Forest Service. There's a master cost recovery agreement, and that took some time as well. So that was done through our real estate manager as well. So we're really ecstatic to be here. There was many tears, some sweat, no blood yet. So.
Did you really cry?
Yeah, you could talk to my wife about it. She's seen some tears actually go down. So. But this scope of work includes what we know as Forest Road 6010, which is a 2-mile-long road that was established in the 1960s between Highway 89 and Landfill Road. Landfill Road was initially established as a road meant to be for borrow pits. We were pulling cinders out of there to use for treatment along Highway 89. The Green Laws were using rail transport there for logs. I mean, it does have a long history. There's some history throughout the community as well. You can see we're located 6 miles north of Flagstaff in the middle of the United States Forest Service, Coconino National Forest. And so with that road being a Forest Service road, we were required to get a special use permit back in 1965, and there was agreements made between the Forest Service, the county, and the city. And to make a long story short, we basically entered into an easement with the Forest Service this past year. That easement allows us now access to maintain the road and have much more leeway to fix the road should we need to do any kind of repairs. It also allows us to do what we're talking about now is this reconstruction. The replacement of asphalt is part of the scope of work, replacement of fences along that right-of-way as well. And last but not least is the improvements to our drainage structures along that alignment. As you could be aware that the pipeline fires, the East Fire, and the tunnel fire severely impacted the upstream watershed. And so it is a serendipitous time that we had to wait to get through the Forest Service process, but in the meantime we were able to realize not only some of the infrastructure that was needed, but also do some value engineering along the way. This project also is great for community investment in that we offer basically the ability to get to the landfill for all of our customers and our trash trucks and our contractors and everybody else who uses that facility. But it also includes the recreationalists who use the old Caves Crater and other access points, including the USGS site for NASA. So these road conditions, not only are they we're improving the road conditions, we're also going to improve the safety for motorists out there. And we'll talk a little bit more about why and what the condition of that road is. And in just a second, I'll show you some photos. This also ensures reliable access for not only just the community, but the region. If you think about it, this landfill is used by many people from Tuba City all the way down to Munns Park. And so we have a 70-mile radius of folks who use this facility and rely on this as their regional means for disposal. As we talked about, we are complementing the existing stormwater structures that have been placed out there, which include the now called triplets along the landfill road alignment. And so those triplets are berms that help to slow down and mitigate flows into Doney Park. And so, yep, that will be an added feature that we've invested lots of time and energy into. It's obviously an investment in infrastructure, and it ensures that this, this community has access to the facility, but also keeping in mind that the traffic control features in the new alignment of the road will be enhanced. And so one of the things that we look at is the curves along that road. If you've ever driven out that road, the curves are quite tight. And so we've increased the radii to make it so that the trucks especially can pass with safety as other motorists are oncoming as well. And this project is being delivered under what is called the Construction Manager at Risk format. And we're exceptionally happy with the contractor who we've worked with over the past few months because they've been able to help us and our engineer come up with value engineered solutions. Some of those were, so for instance, we initially were thinking we would need box culverts for some of those stormwater crossings. It turned out we could do a low water crossing for much cheaper price. And we've had to also, with the cost of construction, we've had to take some things out. We've had to remove future improvements for electricity, but we still have electricity at the landfill, don't worry. We'll get through that and we'll move on to those infrastructure needs in the future when they come about. Our contractor, Rommel Construction, has been in the business for over 27 years. They've done 50 related CMAR projects. And so we're exceptionally happy to be working with them. And one of the things about this project is that they provide us with what is called the guaranteed maximum price. And so that price, if it takes them too long to complete the project, it's on their dime. Okay? Or if there's cost overruns, barring contingencies, it's basically on them to make sure that they are staying within the $5 million mark that they promised on their guaranteed maximum price. And so, like I say, Rommel has years of experience. It should be noted that the construction manager at risk project structure or contract structure is just a good fit overall. And so if you look at the slide here, it shows just a little bit of the cracking that has occurred. You can see some of the pots and potholes, some of the patching that's been done. But one of the most significant things, which is really hard to show on this photo, but is the warping. And when heavy haul trucks travel down a road, especially a road that's 60 years old, you inherently get quite a bit of warping. And we were trying to make sure that through collaborative efforts, we could basically take this material, this pavement, we're going to reconstitute it and reuse it, recycle it as aggregate base, and put it back onto the ground and basically reinforce and make a better, much stronger base than what we have now, so that the road has a long life as well. So the project is expected to begin in March of 2024, March 18th to be specific, and as we said, we're going to be not only doing roadway improvements, but we'll be doing stormwater improvements as well. Let's see here, let me get back on my notes. Basically, the contractor, like I said, understands that if this project takes longer for them, it is on their dime. So we're hoping that we can finish this project swiftly, but we know that we also have to be within the paving season. The paving season really starts to become really important for us to get this thing paved by July, because we don't want to get it into the monsoon season. So while we're completing the project in September, much of the work that will be done is in the July and August months are going to be putting back the fences, doing the striping, and and the signage as well. So our approval request, the funding for this, as Mr. Overton has said, is provided as dedicated funding from Coconino County, and landfill road improvements are being funded also by the Solid Waste Fund. So $2.6 million is coming from Solid Waste Fund, and $2.4 million is coming from Coconino County for this project. Once again, the guaranteed maximum price that the contractor has provided us is $5,059,965.23. We feel confident that Rummel will do everything to act as a fiduciary during the project as well, and we'll continue to find cost savings through this project as it goes on through its completions, so that should we see any cost savings by the end of the project, we can use that money toward other future projects that are coming down the pipe, future infrastructure projects that are coming down the pipe. Per the staff summary, Solid Waste is requesting approval of this project, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have about this project.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much. And we are on. Okay, so I will take a motion to approve the CMAR Construction Services Agreement, approve an owner's contingency, and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Moving down to D. Consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2024-04. Hello, Bryce.
Good afternoon. Let me pull up this presentation. Okay, good afternoon. I'm Bryce Doty. I'm the real estate manager for the city. Today I have an exchange agreement or exchange ordinance which authorizes exchange of property that we purchased for the Lone Tree overpass, but we no longer need, for property that we do need for the Lone Tree overpass. And so let me show you where we are in the world. We're right at the corner of Butler and Colorado. So we're on the north side of that. We are talking about the properties on the east side of Colorado here. Right here, what we have is the overlay, so all these light green lines. This is the right-of-way that's needed for the Lone Tree overpass. Last year, we closed on the 2 parcels on the north of this block. There were structures on there. Those have since been demolished. What we actually need for the Lone Tree is everything that falls to the west of that green line. And so there are some gaps in there that we do not have a purpose for. What we have yet to close on is the properties on the APNs that end in 018 and 017A. And so what this exchange does is essentially we're going to exchange, if approved, we are going to exchange the lands that the remnant parcels that were on the parcels that we've already purchased for the land that we do need for the Lone Tree. And it's about a gap. We need about 6,800 square feet, and we can provide them with about 5,700 square feet. So we can get pretty close to making them whole for what we're taking. And this is just kind of the representation of what that really looks like. So we will receive everything in the yellow, and we will give everything in the orange. The appraised value of what that yellow is about $192,000. And so we're valuing what we're going to give them at the same basis. So really we're defraying about $165,000 of cost to the city by exchanging this. Here's what those legal descriptions look like. So we have gone ahead and prepared those for the purchase agreement. We have included housing and sustainability, so they have consulted on this, like the resolution that Tiffany mentioned, 2022-52. So they support this exchange as well, and it really gives that development, the property more development options by not really having this remnant parcel that the city didn't have good uses for. So we can give that back to them and really hopefully that they can build a better project with however they use that land. And there were discussions about including the alley as an abandonment as part of this exchange. Staff at this time, without any kind of understanding of what might go there to support the development, not ready to do that, but that might be a separate item coming before you depending on how this land is zoned or rezoned. And so stay tuned for that, but right now we're just talking about the land that we need for the Lone Tree and the land that we received on the adjacent parcels. That's all I have. Open to any questions.
Thank you, Bryce. Questions? Council? Comments? No public comments? All right. Oh, Councilmember Harris.
Yes, thank you. I finally figured out to put it in the chat. I'm sorry, Mayor. Bryce, so help me understand. So we purchased go back to the color. So we purchased the orange piece, right?
Yes, ma'am. So we purchased the entirety of those parcels. And they did have houses on those. So we couldn't really just buy half of the house. We had to buy the entire parcel for the project. So that's how we ended up with the orange.
Okay, so we have the orange. So we bought the whole thing, but now we don't need the orange piece. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So we're at 100% design on the Lone Tree project. So we feel confident that the limits in this area will not change.
Okay, and so then who are we selling that to, or who are we exchanging that with, and what are they going to do with it?
So
is that yeah?
Sure. So
go ahead.
The entity's name is ZH Holdings, and this is a developer in town, David Hayward. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, and so he does own site control of this parcel, or the parcel south of our remnant pieces. There is a rezone application to rezone it. Currently, it's in light industrial, and it is there is a rezone application for highway commercial, and so pending any kind of rezoning results, there would be some kind of development that would fit within those zonings should he receive that rezone.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I will entertain a motion to read the ordinance by title only for the first time.
Mayor, I move to read ordinance 2024-04 by title only for the first time.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the exchange of real property of substantially equal value with the property owner ZH Holdings Butler, LLC, providing for delegation of authority, severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. All right, we're on E, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2024-01 regarding the Watershed Alliance for the Rio de Flag.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Ed Shank, Stormwater Section Director. I will actually be passing this off very quickly, but just to give you a quick overview of the resolution that's going before you today, if the PowerPoint opens. There we go. This is the development from a 2018 grant, a Water Smart grant that went to one of our local nonprofits, Friends of the Rio de Flag. And they put together over several years a plan and what they call the Watershed Alliance for the Rio de Flag, so WARF. The city staff have been involved with it since 2019. Various staff, mostly the stormwater section through their open channel maintenance program. With that, I'm going to turn it over rather shortly to Kathy. I will say that the staff's goals with this WARF plan, if you will, is to support future grant applications for open channel maintenance, watershed health, etc., as well as to gain extra credits in the community rating system, so the CRS system. That's what we maintain with FEMA for national flood insurance premiums. So currently we are a Class 5 community, which affords us a 25% discount with flood insurance premiums through the federal service. And we do get credit annually for having programs that go above and beyond, and this would be one of those. And with that, I will turn it over to Kathy, and I hope it should be pretty clear here.
Show me how to advance.
Yeah, usually you just do this. There you go.
Right there. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Kathy Flackus. I'm the president of the Friends of the Rio de Flag. And as Ed said, I'd just like to explain a little bit about the Rio watershed planning and what we went through to develop this and how it will benefit the city. So it started with a grant, a $100,000 grant that we got from the Bureau of Reclamation in 2019. And the grant had two objectives. We had to form a stakeholders group, and we also had to develop a watershed plan. The stakeholders group became known as the WARF, which is the Watershed Alliance for the Rio de Flag. And there's many stakeholders in the Rio. When you think about what a large watershed it is and what kinds of different lands it includes. So this, before you, is just an incomplete listing of the groups. It includes all of these, the city, the county, the Forest Service, the Springs Institute, our group, the Friends of the Rio de Flag, and also Arizona Game and Fish, the Museum of Northern Arizona, as well as private landowners and just citizens that are concerned. So it's quite a large pool to be in the Watershed Alliance. And this is just a quick sketch, because I just want to remind you how amazing it is that we have this Rio. It may not have water all the time, but it runs through such an amazing landscape, and it connects our entire community. So every single part of Flagstaff and the surroundings is part of the Rio de Flag watershed, but it also connects our city and through its, not just the channel, but the tributaries flow through every community in Flagstaff. Again, I just wanted to, I'm always amazed at what a great resource this is. You know, it connects the museum and City Hall right where we are, and the library, and the amazing parks that we have, and the foots runs along it. People use the Rio every day, whether it has water or not. And sometimes we tend to think of this as just stormwater flow, but it is also an amazing and beautiful resource for our town. The benefit of having the WRF, the Watershed Alliance, is that we have a more coordinated effort to maintain and enhance the Rio and to make it even a better asset. We get more people involved. By adopting the resolution that Ed has brought forward that recognizes the WRF and playing an important role in project development for the Rio, the city can aid in taking progressive steps toward restoring and enhancing the Rio. So we started this whole project by getting together as many groups as we could that have an interest in the Rio. We interviewed them, and then we contracted with Southwest Decision Resources to conduct public meetings, and then COVID hit. So we had expected to do all these face-to-face, but we did organize them online. We had between 45 and 25 people in attendance, in addition to the presenters and the people from the Rio. And I'm not going to go through all these, but we had six in-depth meetings, and I just want you to see the breadth and the depth of what we went over. You know, just the relationships of the watershed, how it changes, how communities are involved in the Rio, just the nature of, the nature of the Rio itself, you know, the wildlife and the habitat, the riparian zone that it supports. We also talked about how we can restore and heal the watershed, how the Rio affects the communities, especially people in the South Side community. And again, how we can create stewardship, citizens involved in all these projects. I wanted to show this slide because it's so interesting. Of all the people that came to these meetings, we asked a bunch of different questions. And as an example, we asked them, what is the biggest threat to the ecosystems here? And why this slide is so interesting is where drought is 26% of the people said that was the biggest threat. Only 1% said flooding was. Now remember, this is 2020. So I want you to know that ideas, you know, this will change. So this isn't set in stone. This was just a picture of how people felt at this point in time. We also asked what their main interest was in the watershed. And why I love this pie is because it shows, if you look, there's the biggest one is restoration and management, but also on-the-ground projects in stewardship and education, cultural and heritage. People's relationship and wanting to be part of the Rio and volunteer is the biggest part of people's interest in the Rio. They want to help it. Out of all this planning project, we came up with 116 specific, site-specific projects. And these were mostly pretty small things like, oh, we need to pick up the trash here, or there's an area where invasive species are getting out of control, or there were some erosion problems. All of those were pretty small. 25% of the, or 25, not percent, just 25 projects were watershed-wide, were bigger projects. And I just, you know, to look at the priorities we had, you know, just trash and weed removal. Most of that is done by volunteers in a lot of the things. And I know that the city council became stream stewards for a section. Yeah, thank you. But we worked with the city sustainability to develop that stream steward program. The Rio is a big part of that. Wildlife restoration, many of our volunteers helped, or wildfire, we helped bag the sand and helped people out individually. We're also looking at how we can do some riparian restoration with reclaimed water, and the connectivity with Sinclair Wash and some restoration there, and just channel maintenance. And a lot of things, this work is done with volunteers, which saves the city money. And again, projects that our other organizations thought were really important was just investigating some of the water rights. And I don't have to go through all these, but there were a lot of things about the Rio that our stakeholders were interested in. This slide is just to show what kind of work is being done around this. And I want you to see it's volunteers picking up trash, planting trees, removing invasive species. We worked with it's called a bio-blitz, where you have children go out or citizens go out and just identify everything they can in place in time, which helps us get a handle on who's living there. So we worked with children at French Short Pond. And then, we talked to citizens about the flood control project that's coming up. We started this project in 2019, and then fires and floods and COVID and, things slowed us down a little bit. But now we're ready to ask the city to adopt the resolution which would recognize the WARF, the Watershed Alliance for the Rio, and that will allow for more collaboration for potential projects. And it will allow for input and brainstorming and planning and eventual action on things that could happen from a collaborative point of view. I also want to point out that it doesn't obligate the city for any money or for any, you're not obligated on any project, that anything that happens that the city would be asked to be part of, we would, the WARF would need city approval for that. So this does not obligate the city for any future projects or any future expense. What it would ask the city to do is to be able to take part in meetings, and it says monthly or annual meetings, and I've noticed the meetings are more like semi-annual right now, or maybe quarterly, but they have not been monthly in a long time. And also we appreciate that you're volunteers to help clean up the river, and that is part of what we ask WARF members to do. And the last thing that this will help, by your approval, is to provide the administrative help when we apply for grants. It's nice to have cooperating agencies, so it's not just the Friends of the Rio de Flag or the WARF, but that the city would be part of it. And all of that would require city approval ahead of time. But by approving this resolution, that means that we could go to the city administrators and ask for cooperation on grants. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And I want to applaud Friends of the Rio. You are such a stunning example of residents really caring about an area. And I mean, you've elevated interest and knowledge of the Rio probably beyond what the city could have hoped to have done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Kathy. Your excitement just makes me want to go volunteer tomorrow for you. I am wondering if someone in the community does want to get involved, what is the best way, when and where are the meetings, and how do they get a hold of you?
Thank you. Probably the easiest way actually is to go through city sustainability, because they are the ones that are housing the Stream Steward program, and we partner with them on a lot of stream projects. But other ways are we have a website, Friends of the Rio de Flag, and the WARF also has a website, the Water Alliance for the Rio de Flag. So contact through those. We have monthly, we used to have monthly meetings, now we have quarterly meetings, I think. But during the summer, we have walks once a month to, explore the Rio. So I'll send an invitation to you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Sweet, please post a selfie tomorrow of you out there. That would be great to see. I just wanted to give a shout out both to you, Kathy, and Paul. I see you there in the back with your cap on. Really appreciate your citizen engagement in this. In this, a lot of leadership, a lot of hard work. Just for example, one thing that goes unmentioned and unheralded is the labyrinth that's out by Brennan Homes, which was built by Paul over the years and maintained by him, I'm imagining. Thank you so much for what you bring to the community and what you're doing. I look forward to the Sinclair Wash becoming a perennial amenity as we get that up and running. Please do let me know when the next cleanup is planned. I don't have that on my radar right now, but looking forward to maintaining those activities and relationships as much as possible, and very excited to see what we're going to do here. And we need you guys at the table for these ongoing conversations about the Rio de Flag flood control project as well. And just thank you for being that conduit, that liaison between council and the rest of community who harbor deep concerns about how that project is going to go and how it's going to impact our riparian areas and our environment. So grateful to you. Just wanted to give a shout out.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I realize that riparian areas are like the lifeblood of an ecosystem. The concentration of wildlife is much stronger in riparian areas, and it's kind of hard through a urban area, but still very important. So I just want to thank you, Kathy, for sticking up for the Rio and protecting it and improving it. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I reply? I just thought of one more thing for Councilmember Sweet. We now have we've developed an app for the Rio. It was actually all Paul's work. Paul, so that it explains like really cool things along the Rio, so you can walk with it and it will like point out cool plants or archaeology and things like that you just don't notice if you're just walking along it. So that's available, and I can get that to you.
Please get that to me and I'll be sure to pass it along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quickly, make sure Discover Flagstaff gets a hold of that too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I love this presentation. I was part of the Stream Stewards by invitation from our mayor, and I loved cleaning up part of the Rio that I've never walked before, and it was such an amazing day because it got me out in an area that I hadn't discovered yet, and there's still so much more of the Rio that I need to discover, and so I'll definitely be out there on the volunteer list cleaning up, and I'm totally in support of this resolution. You all do such an amazing work, and the Rio is I don't want to say a hidden gem, but for some people, they don't know what we have just in the middle of town and through town, and I'm anxious to get a hold of that app as well. So when the spring comes, I can start exploring and getting some commentary. So thank you, Kathy, so much for all the work that you all do, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no additional comments, we are ready to take a motion to read the resolution by title only.
I move to read resolution number 2024-01 by title only.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council recognizing the Watershed Alliance for the Rio de Flag Wharf.
Thank you. And a motion to adopt?
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, resolution adopted. Thank you again.
Thank you. Enjoy the snow.
You too. All right, so next is a discussion item, and we are going to take a 10-minute break before we have the discussion on the water rates. Do it. Okay, we're getting started. 13A, water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rates and cost of service study. This is our third presentation of 3. And take it away.
Mayor, City Council, Shannon Jones, Water Services Division Director. Thank you for your time tonight. We're here to continue a conversation, one on the rate study that we've been talking about for several months, and we will continue to work through. But more importantly, a couple weeks ago, we presented a presentation on capacity fees. And so we're here tonight to further that conversation in the process. So again, we'll be looking at an overview of the scope, specifically honing in on capacity fees. And I would say capacity fees are the fees that we charge for people connecting to our system or adding additional demand to the system through a remodel or an addition, like how those things are looked at. Again, this is a continuation of a discussion that we've had, and we will be seeking direction tonight from council, ideally hoping that you've processed through some of the information we shared 2 weeks ago. We'll be going over those again systematically, but we're asking for direction, some decision points that will continue to help us work through that process. So again, because it is a process, we're working through the task. On task 3, the cost of service. Of the cost of service studies, one of those costs is capacity fees. So while this is not a whole discussion on the complete cost of service, this is specific to the capacity fees as opposed to rate structure, other fees, things like that. So again, on that pathway, again, looking for that council's direction, do work sessions of determining the investment level, what are the revenues we're looking to require, building that into our financial model, and now with council's direction on the capacity fees and how we fund water that comes to the needs. So capacity fees are these applied to new meters, right? These new customers coming in. They are based on the meter size and installation. Also how they defray cost, right, associated with future growth and service. And also we're going to talk a little bit tonight about what's the impact that has on the other revenue streams that come in. So Erin will be walking us through her presentation. Some of those other ones would be things like monthly user fees or other fees such as permits, meter fees. We're pretty good at making up a lot of other, right, the other fees. I think to kind of put it in context, probably some just back of the napkin numbers, I would say currently over 80% of our revenue comes through those monthly user fees. Something like a capacity fee currently is probably about 4% of the revenue. So again, maybe it's just some fun facts. I think that's pretty comparable both between water and wastewater. But so when you look at the magnitude of making a decision and how it drives through is understanding how does that fit in the overall picture. And so again, we're going to walk through each one of those. I'm trying not to move too far ahead to where, try to get into Aaron's slides. But just want to kind of make sure that we kind of frame that. So again, keeping in mind that our revenues come through different streams, one of which is capacity fees, what we charge new customers to buy in. And we're going to be asking for direction on 5 points. These decisions will determine how we frame those capacity fees, put that into the financial model to determine how much revenue is recovered from that revenue stream, and that allows us to move to the next process and go to the next step. Before I do turn it over to Erin, I appreciate her giving me the opportunity to kind of do the introduction into this, but I also want to be available for questions. We'll be available through the presentation, but before we kind of dig into the nuts and bolts of it, if there are any questions I could answer now at this time, I'd be happy to do so, and we can move forward.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Shannon, I'm not sure this question is for you, but it would be helpful for me to know procedurally how we're going to do this evening. Are we going to discuss each item, give you direction, and then move on to the next item? Or are we going to go through all of this and then sort of just popcorn, give you direction all over the place?
Yes.
I guess I'm kind of, it sounds like I'm biased with how we should proceed with that, but really I'm not. I just want to know how to structure my brain right now for the eventual conversation that follows.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor. So ultimately, you're the governing body. We're going to work through the presentation how you want us to work through the presentation. We are currently set up that we would methodically walk through each of the 5. Again, want to make sure you have the information you need to make the best decision, available for questions, but we would ask for direction, and then we'd move to the next one. If that changes in the process, we're definitely amenable, and we can modify it.
I definitely prefer that idea. My only concern is that there's something later that comes up that affects my thinking on one of the earlier topics. If your flow sort of takes care of that, then I'd be amenable to just doing it one at a time. But I do realize that that's our decision, not for you. So it's really a question for council.
I like that way, and then council should feel free to ask staff to go back to previous slides and revisit some of the information that was given to us previously, because this is a lot to process and make decisions on. Councilmember Sweet.
And while we're on this topic, I just want to make sure that we all understand, or that I understand, at the end of the water discussion, at the months later, we can come back, and we are going to come back, and we can tweak and revisit and rethink some of our decisions from tonight. This isn't the final, like, come together, culminate, and revisit, correct?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Sweet. That is correct. Ideally, as we work through the process, again, I feel like we're trying to be very methodical. We do know it's a lot of information to digest. But ideally, by the time we get to the end of the process, that there should be no surprises, that we've worked through that process. But in the event, but absolutely, because council will make a decision on what the final was, and we'll continue to work that process until we help you get to that decision.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Sterling.
And if I might, Mayor and Council and Councilmember Miranda, it is for discussion only tonight. There is no vote. It's just direction that you're giving, and ultimately you'll be back for that final decision and vote.
Thank you both for that clarification.
I was just making sure that I was able to answer your question. It seemed like there was something specific. I wasn't sure if it was going to be answered in the way we laid out the process. If you're still not comfortable with that,
let's go. Let's go for it. We'll work it out.
Thank you. And with that, Aaron, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Aaron Young, Water Resources Manager. In front of you are these 5 items that we went through on January 23rd, and we will go through them one by one. But first off, we did hold 2 drop-in meetings that we told you about on January 23rd. They were held at Water Services on January 30th and the 31st. Lisa Deem emailed the list that you see up there. I personally called 5 or 6 that have an asterisk with them. And we had 1 company drop in and the Daily Sun. And I had a nice conversation with one of the folks on the phone. I walked them through our website, and you asked us to provide you with the feedback from that meeting. Both companies kind of overall said, well, these are pass-through costs to customers buying a new home. And one said, if I might be selling the home for $500,000, I might charge $520,000. Both companies took that information back to the owners, so they didn't provide us with their preference for what option on capacity fees on any of this material, but that's the feedback we've gotten so far. Okay, so number 1 is this council direction on the method that capacity fees are based on, and there are the 3. And note that the Water Commission recommendation is to follow the combined approach, which is also Stantec and staff's recommendation. And I'll review this slide real briefly, just to refresh your memory. A buy-in method recognizes that we have existing infrastructure all around the community, water lines. We've been building systems for decades. So a buy-in method recognizes that there's still capacity in that system and that the system is worth money. And Stantec, or the industry standard, is to break that capacity down to a unit. That unit is an equivalent residential unit, which is a 3/4 inch meter. So we're presenting on here the worth of the fixed assets and then the existing capacity that our system has. Another method, which is typically used in a system where you don't have existing capacity, you have very little, the incremental method recognizes your new CIP projects and the worth of the expansion-related CIP, the worth of that. So here is $70.5 million for water, and that we're adding, we have this new capacity. Then the worth in that equivalent residential unit is broken down. So those are the two methods, but then there's a combined, that we're recognizing we have existing capacity in our system and we're adding capacity with new capital projects. So we have this total system capacity of 8.4 million gallons per day in the water, on the water side, and 10 on the wastewater side. So we're happy to take any questions you have on providing us with direction on this topic.
And the question is, which method?
Yes.
And your recommendation is the combined method?
Correct.
All right. Council, do you have questions about this bit of information? And would you like to make a recommendation to staff on this item now?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, what? Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify on this capacity fee options. It includes future projects down the road, correct? It covers not just what we've identified now, but like things that are on the horizon 10 years from now, putting those costs into these fee structures. Is that correct?
Did you want to just answer the question? I was trying to listen.
Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, just as depicted in the footnote, that the incremental method does not include any future supply projects.
But the combined method does.
The combined is going to look at the incremental, so no, it does not. So really, none of them do. I was just pointing out the footnote that it doesn't combine. When you look at the combined, it's taking both the buy-in method and the incremental method, and because it's not included in the incremental method, it does not have that. So, yeah, short answer is it does not include the future water supplies or wastewater treatment plant expansion.
Okay, thank you. I just needed clarification on it. Thank you.
And Mayor and Vice Mayor and Councilmember Matthews, if I could add, as we get, I think, to option 3, we do look at using the combined method. We do add in an option where those larger projects are included, so you can see the impact that the larger projects have on the capacity fees.
That's on a future slide?
Yes. And Carol has her hand up, our expert. If Carol
Yes,
could.
please, Carol.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. And Mayor and Councilmember Matthews, I'd like to offer some clarification for this slide. This slide values that you see here does not include the future water supply project value or the future wastewater treatment plant facility value. However, any of the incremental method and the combined method can include those. And that's what Aaron was referencing, that in one of the options that we'll show you in a future slide does include those values. So it's not that the incremental method doesn't include these. It's just that the values that you see on this slide exclude those dollars. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I was just going to note that after a lot of consideration over the past several weeks, I'm comfortable with the combined method. I'm not sure if we're at that point yet, but
We are.
I was ready
On
to
this
give
point,
direction on that.
we want, okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5 thumbs up here. Councilmember Matthews and Harris?
Yes. Combined method.
I'm not sure, but you don't need my vote.
Okay, so let's move forward, and if we need to, we can come back and look at this.
Thank you, Mayor. The next point of direction is whether to base the capacity fee on the system actual versus the design standards. Actually, and I have some slides to remind you what the difference is. Stantec and staff did recommend that we base the calculations on the actual data, and so did the Water Commission, but we have some different information. There's a cause and effect with which one you go with, and we have information to help show what the cause and effect of this decision or direction is. What we presented on January 23rd are these design standards and the actual use. And our design standards are in city code. I provide on these lower tables the difference between design standards and actual. So design standards are basing per capita or per household number of 3.5 versus actual, our newer census is 2.4 people per house. We're using less water today compared to design standards. And then we see different peaking factors than actual. There are still reasons that we need to keep our design standards for fire flows and such, and maybe other system reasons to keep the design standards in city code. Let's see, what else? But the actual use numbers are much lower than our design standards, so we get lower capacity fees. These gallons per day factor into that equivalent residential unit, breaking down costs to what does one unit cost for people to buy into.
And Erin, so Erin gave a couple of us a study session on this to better understand the terms and what we're looking at. And if I recall correctly, and my apologies if you're going to get to this, but the question was asked, how do you charge what is actually being used while contemplating that for some projects they may hit closer to the design standards in terms of usage?
So I will try to answer that. Both of these methods are industry standards. However, using design standards, as I understand it, is more common. The decision was made in the last rate study to use actuals, and so we carried that into this rate study as a comparison. I don't know if I answered your question, Mayor. Okay.
So say we have a project that ends up coming in with a usage that's closer to design standards, but we're charging at actual use rather than design. Do we have a mechanism to account for that higher water usage if the fees are based on actual use?
Got it, Mayor. So we still have to build those capacity projects, and we're collecting less from capacity fees, putting the remainder of the project costs on the rates, on the 80% that we're collecting versus that 4%. So I believe last fiscal year, we maybe collected $600,000 in capacity fees. We would have collected $1.8 million is the difference between actual and design. So we still do the projects, but the funding has to come from somewhere else, and it would be coming from the rates bucket.
And then the larger water users would be paying the higher rate. So essentially they are paying for this differential between design standards and actual use, correct? It's not being spread out among all ratepayers, correct?
Mayor, I think I track with where you're going, and I don't believe that is correct. I think there's concepts where it is. I think where you're going is if they pay a certain amount of capacity fee, right, and it's based on actual, and they're above that threshold, that there's not a mechanism where we would go back in the future and increase and have them pay the delta. The capacity fee is a one-time fee. They pay it. They move on. All the other things that we're talking about, like, well, they're using more water, also that revenue covers the cost of providing them more water, but it doesn't move into the bucket of the capacity fees. I feel like that's, at the time of development, that's done.
But they are installing the size of infrastructure based on the actual use. So that's really their capacity.
So they would install infrastructure based on the design standards. Their capacity fee, right, the fee they pay to the city for reimbursement of all the investments that we've made and all the investments that we're looking to make in the forward, that would be a one-time, like that's, at the time of development is when you would collect that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
So if we're building the infrastructure to design standards and we only charge them actual use, then the infrastructure we have to build would not be covered by the capacity fees. We would have to subsidize it some other way. For instance, charging them more per gallon used. The way I understand it. Okay, I'm hearing head nods go up.
I would agree with that.
So I guess I have mixed emotions. On one hand, I think new development should pay for itself. On the other hand, I think we should reward people for saving water and using less water. And that would say put more money, put more of the cost into the, per gallon that the people use. And that would reward the people that are using less water and put a penalty on those that are using ridiculous amounts of water. And some people do, incidentally. I know they do. So that's kind of the trade-off. I think I would go with actual use for the reasons I just stated.
Did you want to continue, Aaron, or is this our decision point right here between design standards and actual use?
That is your decision point, Mayor. We're presenting on number 3. You might want to come back to this one when we show you number 3.
Yeah, we can do that.
But this is a good kind of fundamentally, how do you feel about this? Is a good policy type direction point.
It does. And Mayor, Council, it's actually interesting now that we're getting into the conversation, going back to Councilmember Sweet's statement in the beginning about our ability to come back and keep working them. So now as we're getting into the discussion, I would say our realization would be, because we're also being methodical at how we work through the process, that it seems reasonable that individual could say, I'm really looking to minimize all the impacts, right, of all the rates, right? Nobody likes a rate increase. These are uncomfortable discussions, right? And we're trying to walk through that process. But because of our approach of methodically going through, I could very easily see a scenario where that type of mentality is applied to each of our processes. The revenue requirements aren't changing with each of those. And I think that's a principle that I always try to get my head wrapped around, is it's not moving the revenue requirements. It's splitting it up. Again, this principle, like the color of the money, right? It's splitting them up in there. It's not moving the end target. Increasing or making a recommendation at the end that we're increasing capacity fees doesn't increase the revenue requirement. It distributes that revenue across those buckets. So if we went through that approach, again, that scenario where each time was the lower amount, the revenue's not being recovered, and you get to the end of the story, and what was the last thing in the story was a meter fee. And now all the revenue lands on the meter fee. Well, that meter fee, right, is going to be astronomical because we didn't distribute that through. Again, we have the ability of working through that process, so we can always come back and visit each one of those. But I kind of feel that's where Councilmember Sweet was going, and I may have done a disservice. But yes, there'll be opportunities to come back. But how do we not have to come back to the beginning? The process, as long as we're doing our due diligence with each step, there shouldn't be any surprises at the end.
Exactly. And Councilmember McCarthy actually voiced my question much more eloquently than I did. What I'm concerned about is that we have enough money to pay for what we need to install and that it is fairly distributed.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Shannon, I just wanted to thank you for that point of clarification, because I think it was a topic of conversation that came up during the study session of just giving that overview of the impact holistically of each of these fees. And I think it's just an important point for us to keep in mind going through this process, and to make clear that it is something that we're keeping in mind going through each of these 5 recommendations, in addition to the other water rate studies and fees that we'll be considering holistically in this project. We're not just looking at one thing piecemeal at a time. We're looking at it as its individual piece and as it applies to the whole. So thank you for sharing that again.
Now I believe you may carry on.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, do you want to provide direction at this point?
No, go to the next, and then we'll.
Okay. So next is the third item, which is if you prefer to collect capacity fees towards the cost of a future water supply infrastructure project, such as Red Gap Ranch, direct potable reuse. We're currently not collecting any capacity fees towards construction of a big project. Our water commissioners, 2 of 6, had concerns, mostly from what I can recollect, related to, well, what if on the wastewater treatment plant expansion side, we end up doing direct potable reuse? How does it, then did we not need to collect the capacity fees on the water side? If we're just collecting capacity fees as we're setting money aside for those decisions in the future. I don't know how else to say it, but.
That's good. And Mayor, if I could add one point. Again, I feel like there's an interesting dynamic with capacity fees, because we're going to talk to a lot of different, the fees and rates, but specifically with this one is because they're attached to capacity, it's linear with when the projects happen. So again, I use the extreme analysis of all of a sudden growth takes off very quickly. All of those projects, that are required to meet that capacity all begin to occur quickly, but those capacity fees are coming in quickly. And vice versa, the other extreme is growth declines or even stops. The capacity fee revenue is no longer being collected because they're not attaching to the system, but also those projects aren't occurring. And so out of all the things we talk about, I feel like this one is a little more straight line when you look at the revenue coming in at the right time of when or building for that. So again, because of that scenario, and talking about rates is this concept of this compounding effect, right? That theoretically, to put it mildly, like if I pay a small amount now for a longer amount of time, that I build that. So with capacity fees, that's also true. So the sooner that we begin to collect capacity fees for any project, whether we do these or talk about these, we do these today or not, the more time we have to collect those, the less impactful. As these projects, any of them that we're talking about in the future growth, once they begin to appear in those planning documents and on the CIP, those numbers will start getting incorporated into the financial model, and those impacts will be there immediately. So this is also an opportunity of where one could think that forward thinking of, well, I could do a little bit more now to ease the impact of that, or if I don't, like the same revenue is going to have to be collected. It's just a shorter amount of time. So I think just a couple of principles with capacity that I find interesting, and so just wanted to share that.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, now we'll get into the fee structures. So on the left here, we have the level of service. We have the actual or design standards. In between, we have whether or not we have the future water supply dollars built in or not. So 1A is no future water supply and 1B is future water supply for both the actual and design standards. In the middle, we have the existing fee for a 3/4 inch residential meter, and then you can see the calculated fee that's based on the actual or the design standard data. You'll see using the design standards almost triples the calculated fee. And then we also have an example for a 2-inch commercial meter. To help put this into perspective, how do capacity fees in this decision point, how would that impact the rates? So Stantec did provide us with what if we went with these two middle options, middle in terms of the total capacity fee. So options 1B and 2A. What we're showing here is how those options would impact the rate increase. And the rate increase wouldn't be on just the single family water bill, it's just the percentage to that whole bucket of what we need to collect from the rates. The fiscal year percentages, 24 through 33, we presented this, or Stantec did, to you on October 23rd. The current rate revenue plan, you gave us direction to go all in. We want to be a gold standard utility. We want to do all the projects. So on the water side, we were looking at, these 15% increases to the bucket of rate revenue. And then Stantec compared those two middle options, 1B and 2A, to the impact, the drop that it potentially will have on the rate bucket, on the 80% of where we collect our revenue. So you can see that option 1B, I'll just go back, that's where we're collecting a capacity fee of just over $8,000 for a 3/4 meter. Without doing any smoothing or anything like that to this comparison, you'll see that in the out years, we're starting to drop the percentage impact to the customer bucket. And with option 2A, that's where we're charging a capacity fee of over $17,000. We impact it a little sooner, starting in fiscal year 28. Now, when you provide us direction tonight, Carol will be talking about kind of a rates 101 presentation after this. And she's going to come back on March 25th with that joint Water Commission City Council meeting, and she'll be presenting rate structures and alternative rate models for whatever point of direction you're giving us tonight. If you want us to pursue option 1B here, she'll take that to give you some examples of rate alternatives, how we distribute this 15% revenue increase across our customers. So I'm hoping that this is helpful.
It's really helpful to me. And just my 2 cents, I think we have to be saving for new projects, and the sooner the better, because, you know, less of an impact down the road. And will you go back to that other slide? Yeah, so you see that, I mean, they're roughly the same until you get to the, we see them all drop off. Just one drops off a little bit faster.
And Mayor, what we're not prepared to do tonight is to talk about if there's any smoothing of the fiscal years that we can do for these options. And Carol and Andy are online if you have any questions like that. But this is what we could do in the time we've had.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matthews, and then Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Aaron, can you just explain so I make sure that I'm fully understanding what what is 15%? Is that the increase from what the actual is now each year over year? Or I'm confused on what that 15% means. That's my first question.
Carol, I'm going to ask that you take that question if you don't mind. Make sure I'm explaining it correctly.
Absolutely. Mayor and Councilmember Matthews, the 15%, you might recall back in October, was from that all-in CIP or capital improvement program scenario, where you were focusing on paying for your base budget and your baseline financial needs for your infrastructure. That 15% represents the change in rate revenues that you would need to collect year over year over year to accomplish that. Also to pay for your operating and maintenance budgets, so additional staffing and some future operating programs. So that 15% is that rate bucket that would come from your ratepayers and your rates.
So Carol, with the capacity fees suggested here, in fiscal year 25, as an example, that would get us the 15% increase in that revenue bucket, projecting that a certain amount of growth.
If what I would say is that with either of these levels of your capacity fees, the near-term impact on your ratepayers, on the bucket coming from rates, is not significant. It doesn't impact that, because as you grow, you know, we're projecting that 1% growth in customers, so that you'll collect the different capacity fees for these two scenarios, but it won't be until later in the period that you might start to see an impact, because projects are on a timeline. They have to be funded, if you build it, they will come. That's the concept. You always have to rely on your rates first, and then we can use the capacity fee revenues for those growth-related components and growth-related debt service if you're borrowing. So that's why you still see that same component of your rate revenues coming from ratepayers in the near term.
So the 15% is not what you're projecting we will gain by the suggested new capacity fee charge. It's what we'll need. And so if we find that we need to charge more to get that 15%, we're going to have to increase our rate, our capacity fee rate again to get to our 15%.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I think I understand, Carol.
Okay.
I can take a stab at that. I thought I had it. Councilmember Matthews, the 15% we're looking at on the top line for current rate revenue plan, that 15% is like on your water bill. Your water bill isn't going to go up 15%, but it's your water bill you're paying into the water rate bucket of money with, and the capacity fees are paid out of a different bucket of revenue, the capacity fee revenue, but we have the ability to, I don't want to say rob Peter to pay Paul, but if we were
okay,
to...
so I guess this is why it was confusing that it's on the same graph. You're saying these are suggested capacity fees. On top of that, we need to fill our rate user bucket by 15% from fiscal year 25 down to 29 if we're using option B, and then we need less money from them. So they're two different things. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, you got it.
Okay. Okay, it was very confusing this way. And then, you know, with my first year on council, one of the motivating reasons to get on council, and it hasn't gone away, is the astonishing time it takes to get a project like Lone Tree. We took a bond out, and that was 2018, and we're moving along, but it's slowly. So I'm just wondering why we're not considering future projects to, like, they're big ticket items, so why aren't we even considering bonding those? Because if, you know, my concern is to raise capacity fees. Aaron said it in the beginning. The builder just said, oh, I don't care, I'm just going to pass it on to the cost. Oops, sorry. So Aaron said earlier, I don't know when I hit the mute button, but, you know, the builder's just going to pass it on to the end user. So the cost of housing is going to go up another $20,000 or $30,000. So maybe we won't need capacity like we think, because we're already having an issue with enough housing. So I'm just curious why we aren't considering bonding some of these larger projects instead of putting them all in our capacity and rate fees. And that's just a concern of mine. So anyway, I'll stop there for right now, but thank you for clarifying this chart. And I just wanted to share that about bonding.
Mayor, I guess I just want to clarify. We just want to be very clear on, like, again, if there's a question directly to us, we want to answer it, but we also know sometimes things are framed as a question that's not requiring a response. So is there a pending question that council would like us to address?
Well, I'll just clarify that. You've mentioned, and I've thought about it, Red Gap Ranch. I mean, I don't see that happening in the next decade or maybe longer. And so I'm just, this is a big ticket item, all the projects that we have to get done now. So I'm just curious to your methodology of why we are adding future projects into this huge rate and capacity fee study.
Okay, Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, thank you for that clarification. I think in your explanation and description, I think there was quite a few moving pieces in there, and so I'm going to do my best to try to frame some of those just to kind of help with the conversation. So again, I feel what we're trying to communicate here is, again, there's a revenue requirement that we've been established and we're trying to collect. And our financial model is looking to see how it does that. So I think what Aaron is depicting is that picture of that, and now adding these other two layers where we talk about a specific revenue, the capacity fee, and if that were to increase, what would be the effect on the overall revenue requirement needs in the future? I would say, based on the chart, what I see is, well, what you see is that revenue, the required revenue capture that we're trying to do begins to tail off because we started collecting a little more revenue in the beginning and we started sooner. And so you see that ripple effect. The revenue target didn't change. right? It's just the time that the money came into play. I think the financial model does make certain assumptions, and one of those is on debt capacity. And so when the model's looking at how does it get the revenue, it's not just looking at how does it meet the revenue requirement. It's not just looking at capacity fees. It's not just looking at the base rate. It's looking at all of it. And one of those is looking at debt. And debt is an interesting portion. It is as part of our daily workflow, where ultimately the principle of is we finance a large project so that, one, we can spread that cost over the life of that debt, but also the concept that those who benefit, right, from that investment are also paying that debt service, and it doesn't fall all on the people who are here today. Financially, you also have to use debt because nobody has that much money. You still have to borrow it, and you manage your debt service. That being said, there is also limits that each of our services have on how much debt that they can carry. So to your answer is a long-term project, would we consider bonds? Absolutely. We put that into our investment strategies and how we leverage the bonds at the right time. How does that make sense? I think what I'm trying to say is I don't believe that any of those projects get funded specifically from just a bond. And even if it did, there's still a debt service that comes and how that's paid back over the terms of that bond. So again, talking about, I don't think we're saying add the future water supply. I think that's the conversation we're trying to help facilitate, is we're at a decision point saying, well, should we include that or should we not? If we choose to do that, guarantee that the model and our financial strategy going forward will look at all those options, grants, bonds, looking at our debt capacity, what are our revenue streams, how does it align with priorities of the project. All those dynamics go in, but I think trying to make it as simple as just saying, well, a large project should be covered with the bond and not in the rates, I don't think that's realistic, because even with the bonds, you still need the rates to pay back the debt service. So it is all kind of connected. I think it's a great question. It's a little bit more dynamic conversation than probably we're presenting it as like, well, should we include that or should we not include that, which I feel is what we're asking. So hopefully that helped a little bit and didn't make it more complicated.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
I didn't have anything right now, Mayor. I think that was an earlier comment. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of clarify some things I've been hearing in the last 10 minutes, this chart that's on the screen now only has to do with capacity fees. Has nothing to do with anything else.
Mayor, Councilmember McCarthy, I think this is where we're blending the worlds together. I would say the chart represents the amount of revenue we need to collect. And if we don't do anything, that current rate revenue plan, these are the percents that revenue would have to increase. I'm not saying which bucket it has to come from, but revenues would have to increase over that 10-year span. The other two columns are saying, well, if we make a decision on the capacity, how does that affect the overall 10-year plan of revenue recovery? And what we're saying is, well, it decreases the amount of revenue you have to recover in those years 6 through 10. So you see that impact through this scenario by going with one of these other options for the capacity fee specifically. It has an impact on how much revenue you have to recover in FY29, FY30. So it does show an effect, because you're collecting revenue now that will compound, and you're getting more capacity, right? More capacity fees now when they're coming in, and not having to get that revenue in those latter years.
So that's kind of a secondary effect. The primary effect that's shown on this chart is a decision that we made or will make on a different chart. In other words, should we go with option 1B or option 2A or whatever? So when you look at the right side of that chart, they look, oh, they're all about the same, 15%. But I presume that's 15% of the number that's in the column that says capacity fees. So in other words, you could have $81.46 and you have to go up 15%. Or you could start at $17,000 and go up 15%.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, I would say that that's not correct. I feel like what this is depicting is, again, the revenue requirements to meet the targeted revenue that we established early on. Like, what is it that, how much revenue do we need over the 10 years? That's a number. All right, so how much revenue do I have to get? And we talked about the smoothing. How do we smooth that out over the 10 years? And so in each one of these years, based on the revenue we have today, that revenue would have to increase 15%. Each of those years until FY 30, 31, and 32, you would have to increase your revenue by 5% to meet that goal that we set in the beginning. What the chart is showing is now on the capacity fees, if the capacity fees were to stay the same, this particular one in this scenario, that's the revenue that would have to be recovered, that percent increase of revenue. By increasing your capacity fees by either one of these options, the same scenario, the revenue that has to be recovered in year one is still 15%. And it does carry through those 6 years, very similar to if you didn't. But in the out years, the amount of revenue that you have to recover goes down because of that number. When you look at option 2A, again, a larger number, the first 3 years is the same as the other ones, but your required revenue recovery is no longer 50%. I only need to recover an additional 13% of revenue, and 10, and then on to 5. So I think what we're trying to show is by these two, how they, what the amounts are, and then the effect of the strategy for recovering their revenue each year on the impact that it would have on that. So, because I can see where, but these are not 15% of the capacity fee. These are like, this is the plan, right? Based on the revenue we're
What does the
we need to recover.
15% mean? I assumed it meant 15% of the number that was in the previous year. So like in FY25, you would take 8146 for that row and multiply it by 1.15. Is that true?
Right. So, no, that's not true. So
what in the hell does that number mean then? 15% of what?
15% of the delta between the revenue I collect today and what I need to collect to meet the overall goal that we provided direction for.
It's like these are two separate sections, right? Like there's the capacity fee, and then there's also the revenue requirement.
Yeah, the rate revenue requirement from the rates that people pay for water and tiered rates and commercial. What we presented to you is on that top row, what we presented October 2023. When you said we're all in for all the needs of water services, we were showing you there'd be a 15% increase to customer rates. The capacity fee has nothing to do with the 15%.
Well, I will say that your chart is extremely unclear.
Yeah.
I think I'm starting to understand what you had, but your chart doesn't say any of that. It just says 15%.
And we're trying to indicate with option 1B and 2A that when we increase capacity fees, the impact, the lowering it has on the rates that people are going to be paying.
Okay, you're saying that and it makes sense, but it sure would have been nice if the chart said that.
Sorry about that. We pulled this together kind of quickly to try to demonstrate the impact of increasing capacity fees has on decreasing the percent impact on the ratepayers. So that's what we were trying to illustrate here.
Vice Mayor, did you have something?
I do. Let me give this a try. You're looking for direction. I'm going to spell out for you what I would like to see, and you guys put the chart together however you want to. I'm in the all-in category. I also don't want to rip this Band-Aid off slowly. So, and the other part that goes into my calculation is expenses are never going to be cheaper than they are today. So the more cash we have on hand sooner, the more capacity we have to leverage those funds for a variety of things. Let's be flexible about it. The other thing that I'd really like to say, I want the city to have enough money over the next decade or two to really have the flexibility to do what it needs to do, to get done the deferred maintenance that we have the things that are on fire right now and that we need to take care of, and some of the things on our wish list for how to progress with our technology and adapt new technologies and be smarter, more efficient, and more environmental with our resources. I agree with Councilmember Matthews. I don't think we should put money into this calculation right now that would fund Red Gap Ranch pipeline, pumping water out of Red Gap, getting it uphill 70 miles to Flagstaff. I think that is a conversation we can have later. I think that's a conversation that we might not need to have for a while because of our conservation efforts here in town. It's going to be a very big project. I'm hopeful that I've always wanted to have Red Gap in our back pocket as an emergency resource, but I have, throughout my tenure on council, maintained that I would rather not have to pull that out. It's great that it's there, but let's move forward under the assumption and under the goal of not looking at that as our end game. That's the way I'd like to think about this. So heavy capacity fee change right now, let's rip the Band-Aid off. It's going to be painful no matter what. And maybe some of that relief will come in out years. Let's do it to the extent that we can flexibly fund the things that are on fire right now, the things we know we need to do, and some of the things we know we want to do to be better stewards. And let's leave it there. Red Gap and some of those other future water supply issues are conversations for another day when a new context and scenario presents itself to future Flagstaff residents. I don't know if that's helpful, but I don't know if that means 1A, 2B, or not 2B. I would like to leave my direction in that realm and leave it to the experts and our consultant to figure out what that means.
And before you respond to that, if I understand correctly, this is also tied to the your capital project plans, right? So you've timed out when different projects need to be done, and that's taken into account in all of this, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I don't necessarily feel like staff sees the reasons to respond. I think, Vice Mayor, like we heard you. We get that. I think it does go back to, I feel like he did touch on all 5 of the points. So very streamlined. I think, so currently where we're at, so we did try to just provide additional information, but all of it ties back into, again, to the capacity fees and the discussion of council's direction to move forward looking at actual data versus a design standard. I think those decision points about future water supply, future water expansions, I think Aaron gets to those to ask directly, but I appreciate, Vice Mayor sharing his thoughts. It was clear, concise. Thank you.
I mean, all the direction I provide is going to be basically guided by those principles that I just laid out. So I just thought I'd skip the middleman and get right down to my my motivating principles.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember McCarthy.
So in the packet we got under 13A, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then AB, AB, AB. It seems that those numbers have no correlation to the 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B that are shown on the screen right now.
Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy, you're correct. We are under item 3, which does have a 1A and a 2A under as a sub.
Very confusing.
My apologies.
So do I understand the decision point here is whether to use actual data or design standards, and we've already given the direction that we do want to start saving for projects that we know are in our future.
Mayor, options 1A and 2A include the whole list of all the capital capacity projects. It's just the only difference is about $250 million towards a future water supply project, towards construction. And then on the wastewater, it's the wastewater treatment plant expansion.
Okay. So I think going back to the 5 things, we got direction on the first one. The second one, we deferred for further information. On the third one, I feel that we took a little bit of tangent to try to, again, provide more information. So we ran scenarios, we talk about different numbers, we talk about impact. But the direction that we're seeking, and I don't know if that takes us back to 2, if that gave enough information to go back to 2, or if we're still waiting for that. But I felt like that was like a segue. And so again, I think, we're intentionally trying to just work through to talk through each of these issues. They are all connected, so that is hard to do. So going back to 2, again, we're asking for direction of, should we ask Stantec to continue forward with their analysis using actuals versus design standards for capacity fees? And we're happy to talk through, again, cause and effect, but I'd rather not do that one again.
So we have a comment from Councilmember Harris and then also Councilmember House. So Councilmember Harris, go ahead.
Okay, so let me try and voice this. I did spend some time going through the data several times, and math was never my strong point, but I think I got it somewhat figured out. I guess all I want to say is that we said we were all in, and I voted to be all in. With our housing plan, our 10-year housing plan, if we are successful, and I think that we want to be successful and we're working toward that, I see more people moving into the city or back into the city, or more people coming into the city from other places. If we're serious also about our carbon neutrality plan, the whole idea is to get people in so that they don't have to drive. So I'm thinking that we should go all in, all the way, with all the stuff that we decided that we wanted, including the expansion for the wastewater treatment center, because if the housing plan works and if the climate plan works, then more folks are going to be in the city and more folks are going to be using the water, the wastewater, all of that, and we're going to need more. And so Red Gap might be something that we need before we even think we need it, if the other 2 plans work. Now, some people might say, oh, those plans aren't going to work, so let's not worry about those extra people because they're not going to be here. Well, I'd much rather think that they will be here and that we will need all of that extra. So it could be, I'm thinking pie in the sky, but I would much rather be ready than to be sorry. And and the bottom line is, because this is going to affect me right now, and it's going to affect other people as they move into the community, but somebody's going to pay. I'm going to pay probably for the next, I don't know how many years I got left, because I'm not leaving Flagstaff. So however many years I have left, that's how many years I'm going to pay into this. And then people that come after me are going to pay into it also. And prices increase all the time. I can't get things at the same price that I got them 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And so it sucks, but I mean, I don't think there's anything that we can do about that, because things are going to keep increasing and your cost is going to keep increasing. So that's my 2 cents. So I'm going to keep listening to the rest of this presentation and I'm going to jump in and tell you, but like Vice Mayor, that's where I am right now. So whatever we need to do to get to that scenario, I'm in with that. But there's 7 of us, and we're going to figure this out. Thank you.
And just a reminder, we're not talking about the capital improvement projects tonight. We're just talking about these rates. So,
Right,
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for this excellent discussion and staff for the presentation. I want to comment that in a way that I think will address a couple of questions / comments raised just now and earlier. Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Matthews. Councilmember Matthews brought up bond financing. Councilmember Harris is bringing up the need to address everything in totality now. And then the Vice Mayor previously offered some comments about a future water supply project, noting that there's a question of timing. I want to zero in on wastewater expansion because on that one, and I'll make a distinction, there's less of a question of timing. That one is on our doorstep, right? We know it's going to need to happen in the near future. So my comments are tailored just to that. I do think this whole revenue projection or structure here that we're seeing with capacity fees, pardon me, and resulting revenue needs is not predicated upon all projects in their totality. Costs will increase, other projects will come along, they have been coming along, and there will be things. But when we talk about the wastewater expansion plant, we have yet to do a feasibility study. We don't have those numbers just yet. That's going to be an enormous project. We will get those numbers over time. And even though I mentioned the project is in the near term, we're not there yet in terms of quantifying the cost and trying to plan for it. There's likelihood there will be some sort of bond instruments issued to see that project go forward. And they may not just be special revenue bonds as has been discussed, although I would echo Shannon's comments. I mean, this structure here will help support a special revenue bond over time. But reminding council that we, in 2022, had a bond issuance that was secured through the general obligation of the city for both stormwater and wastewater projects. The point being, we may be looking at different instruments to fund something that will be as costly as the wastewater treatment plant. There could be certificates of participation, there could be grants, there could be low interest loans, there could be direct appropriations. I think it'll be a creative approach that will cross many revenue streams to see a project like that go forward. And so back to Councilmember Harris's comments of just a minute ago, I agree with the principle that we should have everything available to do everything that we foresee. But I would not want to foreclose opportunities to see other financing mechanisms that we're not talking about right now come into fruition. And again, as I mentioned before, the city has a strong track record of doing these things. We have used certificates of participation, we've used GO bonds, we have seen direct appropriations from Washington and more lately from the state government. And so there's a myriad of options to consider, and I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that as we move forward with these big ticket items. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I deferred my comments so that you could make yours, and I'm very glad that I did, because that really kind of summed up what I was going to try to say. I don't think I'm going to get there quite as eloquently, but the first thing I just wanted to note on all of this is I just want to make sure that the team knows that a lot of this is just confusing on its own. It's not that the information isn't being presented clearly. It's a lot, and I think it gets to that point of feeling very overwhelming and confusing even as I'm looking at it, and even though we did those 2 study sessions, As we get back into it, I get very quickly lost. I was an English major for a reason. It was to avoid the numbers. But that said, I think in terms of my direction on these 2 points, so point 2 and point 3, is I am falling somewhere in the middle on both. I believe I'm leaning towards the actual data as far as point 2 goes. And then for point 3, I'm kind of challenged in my thinking on whether or not to include those future water supply needs. I very much agree with Councilmember Harris in terms of recognizing the need to be proactive and considering those needs for the future. I think one of the challenges that comes to my mind is the fact that so often things can be put off for the future because we don't necessarily need it right now, but then we wind up at that point where we're now facing an enormous, seemingly immediate need because we didn't address it through things earlier. At the same time, and I think this is really where the challenge for me comes in, is the fact that we are at a critical point for so many people within the city right now in terms of, for lack of a better way of putting it, what they can afford. When we're talking about current development or even operations and business fees for currently operating organizations, I think so many people are looking at this conversation so closely because they are at that critical point with everything that's been going on economically, that there is that fear of how am I going to stay in business if I'm looking at these increases in fees across these different areas. So I'm mindful of that as well. I do think that I am leaning towards 1B. As long as the future water supply needs that we're incorporating into that fee are the sort of known immediates, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily things like Red Gap Ranch in my mind that are sort of further out on the horizons for us, but there are those future water supply needs that are very much on our horizon right now. And those are the things that I want to see incorporated into this, but not necessarily all the things that have been listed in the presentation. Does that make sense?
And see if we can. Mayor, Council, again, no, we definitely hear you. That is great feedback. Understand that. So we're getting some good feedback. So going back to methodically, so on number 2, do we think we're at a place where we could get direction on whether we would use the actuals versus the design standards for the capacity fees? Or if there's more information we need to help facilitate, we're happy to do that.
Hold on just a second. Councilmember Sweet, did you have a comment about that, or can we hold your comment and just give direction on that one item?
I'll hold for now and let's do the direction.
Okay, so let's see. And Councilmember McCarthy, did you have a comment about this last question?
I was going to give some direction. I don't know if you want me to do that now or in a minute.
So the question is, are we going for actual use or design standards?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I heard Councilmember House say actual, and I believe that Councilmember Matthews has also said actual, and Councilmember McCarthy.
Correct.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'm actual as well.
Vice Mayor.
So it looks like we have direction there. I'm not sure. it is a moot point at this juncture, but educate me, where would I fall given what I've told you? It sounds to me like I'm more of a closer to design standards so that we have more flexibility and we can grow into the future. That's kind of where I'm at, but I understand keeping the costs as manageable as we can. And again, I just want to throw this into the mix. We do a good job in Flagstaff of keeping our actual use underneath what is standard, correct? So we're being rewarded for our conservation efforts, and I'd like to keep the ability to account for that. Usually when you conserve, it just means more people are going to come in and build more golf courses and use the water that you saved. In this case, in this universe of conversation, we're saving water, and it's actually saving us money, which is kind of nice. Maybe I'll leave it there. I'm losing my train of thought. I did have something else I wanted to say, but you tell me. Does it sound to you like I'm more of a design standard person or actual use, given what I've told you my operating principles are?
Vice Mayor, thank you for that question. I would say that you were leaning more towards the design standard, again, increasing that. And to reframe why I think that is, again, based on the principle that for the water division, last year they collected $600,000 in capacity fees, doing all the same projects. If they would have used design standards, they'd have probably collected $1.8 million in capacity fees. The projects didn't change. That delta between those, how that project's funded, just went to another bucket. So based on the direction here, again, if we move with actuals, it doesn't change the revenue requirements. It's just going to say that that's going to have to be made up somewhere else. And that's what we're hearing. But so I feel like that was kind of how that was what I was tracking what you were saying. And yeah. I felt it was pretty clear for the design.
Thank you. I think so. And then just to the city manager's point, I am kind of more on the design standards side of things. I think we already have direction the other way, so it's okay. But I don't want to count on these other sources of revenue coming in. I think there might be some dry spells coming up, pun intended, and ways in which raising other kinds of money is challenging. We're not always going to have the same staff and leadership here that have the same skill set and relationships at getting all that money. We need to be self-sufficient and prepared to do this on our own. So I just want to throw that into the mix. But it looks like we're hitting a sweet spot here a little bit, and I hope you feel comfortable with the direction you're getting. I certainly understand why others on council have drifted towards actual use because it is going to help on the pocketbook.
Councilmember Sweet.
Mayor, I was going to give direction, so we can go down to item 3.
I think ready. Councilmember Matthews has had a comment waiting for a while. Question.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification. Can you go back to the slide that showed no change, the one that we were beating up a little bit? One more, right there. So, and before I ask this question, I do want to acknowledge Aaron, Shannon, Carol. You guys are doing a fantastic job. This is a lot of information, and I appreciate that you're giving this to us in stages. Can you imagine if you were trying to dump all this in one day? And so I appreciate your patience with us to try to get our heads wrapped around something that you've worked on so intimately. So it's like, reading somebody's paper. The person who wrote it knows what they're wanting to say, but we're the cold reader. And so I appreciate your patience just walking us through it because it's really beneficial. So thank you so much. I don't want you to think that anything else other than we're very appreciative. But I had a question on the current rate revenue. Am I to understand that that line, if we stayed with that capacity fee, we would still have this delta, as Shannon calls it, that we needed to increase our revenue bucket by 15%. And then in fiscal year in 30, instead of 3%, we would just need 5% across the board. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember Matthews, that's correct.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, I think we can move on to number 3.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So I also feel like number 3 we've been discussing, but we'd bring that back. So number 3 specifically about should capacity fees consider a future water supply or not?
I'd like some clarification on that, if I may, Mayor. Does that mean Red Gap Ranch, or is it broader than that? Because my exception is for collecting money for Red Gap Ranch. I don't want to presume that that's our end game. And I don't want the politics of that to subsume the conversation that the public is going to engage in the next morning.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would say no, not specifically. Future doesn't necessarily mean Red Gap. I think when you talk about our future water plans, how we continue to make sure we're sustainable on the water side, it's many different things, right? From local wells to aquifer storage and recovery. Like any of those things, it's about doing the right thing at the right time, what makes the most sense. I think really driven by growth. Again, if it's true that it's a 1% growth, likely for many years what we'll see is more local wells drilled. If all of a sudden, right, we went to a 7 or 10% growth, well, those wells will probably be drilled, but it's bringing those other future projects up faster where you need that additional outside supply. But again, with capacity fees, as that demand's happening, that's when the revenue is coming in. So it does come in to kind of match what's happened to occur at the time.
Okay, again, so just to be really clear, I think all of that's on the table. What I don't want is to put money aside for a Red Gap Ranch pipeline with this conversation today. Everything else, though, I think is very much salient and up for grabs.
So we've heard from Vice Mayor and Councilmember House on future on 1B, in support of 1B. Right? Future water supply and new groundwater capacity. So.
One more clarification.
Yep.
And again, this might just be a clunky aspect of the chart itself. 1A, is that no future water supply and no new groundwater supply? Or no future water supply and yes, new groundwater capacity?
Yes, I think for clarification, 1A would mean we're not looking at any of the future growth, just what it currently exists in our current plan. Where 1B would look outside that plan to say, we know there's going to be additional things coming and we're going to move earlier. I don't think it's specific to the source or what that is. It's just realizing that there's a new water supply.
Okay, yeah, I was just confusing whether or not the and was referring in the negative to both items
Yes.
on either side of the ampersand. So it looks like it's no future water supply and no new groundwater capacity.
Correct, and I just wanted to explain real quick that in our current capital program, we have a well drilling program. We still have 4 more wells. So that's what that means. We have that new groundwater capacity just from our current well drilling program.
And it looks like.
I think Carol.
Yeah, it looks like Carol has something.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Your latter comment was actually correct. So what Aaron was just saying, and it is clunky, I see that. 1A does not have the large cost for a future water supply project, whatever that might be. But it does include new groundwater capacity for some wells. I see that what you're saying now is very misleading. So it means no future water supply project, a large project, but yes, new groundwater capacity.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so we have 2 for 1B, correct? 3 for 1B, or you have a comment? 3 for 1B. Councilmember, comment.
Okay, as I pointed out before, these labels are extremely confusing. They're inconsistent between what I see on the screen and what I see on the agenda. So I will just say that I believe we should collect capacity fees towards the cost of future water supply infrastructure projects.
Okay, so you have the direction there.
What was the direction?
1B.
Means nothing.
I don't know if we have it all yet, do we?
I think they cut it off. So I think
I'm nearly a 2B, but I think 1B is couched within that, so sign me up for 1B.
All right, thank you. So I think with that, I think we're good, and we can move to wastewater.
Let's.
If you're good, that's
I'm good.
good, because I'm not.
Yeah, no, the consensus is 1B.
Okay, it is, okay. Thank
So
you.
actuals with future water supply.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're.
Okay. So I think very similar, it's the same discussion on the wastewater side. I think for consistency, it'd be the same for wastewater capacities. We would look at actuals. And the question would be is, do we want to consider wastewater treatment plant expansion or no expansion? I know we give a lot of different scenarios, and so I'm not even going to go to that slide. But if there's questions, we're happy to answer them. But I think the conversation still builds the same. Right now, we have identified wastewater projects, right, that are astronomical in numbers. Right now, that's not included in our rate model. But for the capacity fees, is that a consideration that council wants to do? We can have Stantec add that in, or to not consider that.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, in my mind, and correct me if I'm off base here, but for me, this is non-negotiable. I think it's a critical and necessary element of moving forward. So this remains within the all-in, everything's on the table philosophy that I'm running with right now.
Same with Councilmember Sweet. Same with Councilmember McCarthy. Same with Councilmember House. All right.
So we're also looking at 1B, which is level of service actual. We'll get into the loading discussion. I'm not going to make that in this one, but with the wastewater treatment plant expansion, so 1B as well. Okay. Thank you for that. So now we will take a second. So the fifth one talked about specifically incorporating loadings into the capacity fee. So this has been an internal discussion, and we thought it's worth bringing it back to council. Again, I would say typically when you look at capacity fees for wastewater, it is flow-based. That is not always the case. There is an opportunity where they would look at loadings. I feel like how that's significant really depends on the spot that you're in time of where you're investing your capital. Are you investing it on hydraulics? Are you investing in loadings? So right now we did go through an exercise. We looked to see there are other communities that are incorporating loadings into that. And so going back then to the scenario, even though we selected 1B, that there's an opportunity, or if council wanted to give us direction to move forward with also looking at loadings, or if we're good with just remaining with the flows. And I'll pause there if there's questions.
Could you remind us what loadings are?
Yes, thank you very much. And wastewater treatment, we do look at two different treatment trains. There's the hydraulic loading, like the hydraulic flow through a facility. Loadings are the solids within the facility that we're removing through that treatment, and how we manage those solids. So particularly we're in the middle of a very large solids process, right? As we're looking at modification to our digesters and how we manage solids. That's strictly on the loading side. We correct that. We did not change hydraulic capacity, right? It was the loadings. Again, so that's not, I don't think typical. That's something we've looked at before, but through the rate study, we wanted to bring that forward, at least as a conversation, to say there's a potential. So when we look at our projects, Stantec would take us through an exercise of saying, here's a project. Is this hydraulic based? Is this loading based? And we would begin to delineate that. So this is loadings. It gets placed into that analysis. It includes the capacity of the loading and would include the funding for that project. So again, right now, we can just look hydraulically, right, the way we've done it, or there's this segue that we could look at loadings.
So this question is similar to the previous, where we're wanting to look at everything that needs to be considered versus just flow.
Mayor, that's correct. So going back to this particular slide, and again, I apologize if it is confusing, but so our direction was that we're interested in looking at actual flows, and then there's this like plus, right, plus these loadings. And so ultimately, I think a couple things that it does. When we bring, if we don't look at the loadings, we just look at the projects. When we look at loadings, it adds this capacity that you wouldn't get from the loadings. And when you add capacity, you minimize the impact because it spreads that cost over more capacity. How can I say that more clearly? So again, when you look at the calculation, we're going to see we have 10 million gallons of capacity, and it costs $10 million. So each one of those units is $1, right? Very simple math. By looking at loadings, theoretically, we say, well, it's not just 10 million gallons, even though that's your hydraulic capacity, but we're gaining capacity on the solids, the biosolids handling, and that's going to give us another 1 million of capacity that I can add to the 10 and make that 11 million gallons. And I can bring that project cost and I can distribute it over a larger amount of capacity that you wouldn't be able to do without this. So when you actually look at the cause and effect, and I'm trying to also find it on the chart, but it actually comes down lower if you look at that plus the loadings than if you didn't include the loadings. What I think is interesting is, from my perspective, is well, that's true at this point in time because you have these loading projects. In the future, depending on what your projects are, that may not always be the case. I will also say I like things simple and clear, right? And when I live in both the water and wastewater world, to say that I'm using actuals on both, there's an advantage to that. When I add dynamics that make it more interesting, when I'm trying to defend or explain to somebody how we came up with that number, it just does add that dynamic.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say, Shannon, this has become a very crappy conversation. I think it's kind of obvious where I'd stand on this. I just want to add one other thing, and correct me if this observation is not right. But because we're so good at conservation, I know that we have capacity issues. We're using less water in our toilets, and that's creating more concentrated solids in our pipes. Does increasing the load help with that dynamic, or is that completely unrelated?
Vice Mayor, I think, so talking about concentrating the pipes would be unrelated. Really, when we're talking about adding the capacity, it's kind of like the end of the plant once we've taken all the solids out and how we process that.
Okay, I guess it's irrelevant to the conversation, but it seems like a no-brainer to me that we would include both.
Councilmember McCarthy agrees. Councilmember Sweet agrees. Councilmember House agrees. 1B. So, okay, so Councilmember Matthews, you are saying that what you support is just flow, not flow and load.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean 1D with the loadings.
Great. All right.
Okay, so again, I feel like maybe I made that a little clunky, but where we stepped through the first process about the actuals and the treatment plant expansion was 1B. Adding the loading conversations, now the direction will be 1D. And that's what we can move forward with.
That was so easy.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to you.
Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council, we're going to get better at this as we come into the rates part of the discussion.
So will we.
And we do have the rates, I'm going to call it Rates 101, Introduction to the Rates side of the equation following this presentation. So Carol will lead that. If you're ready for that, I'm sure she's ready to launch.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry to interrupt the flow here. Want to check with Council logistics. We could do the rate study part of this right now as planned, no problem. It is also something we can defer probably for a week if there was a desire to bring the meeting to closure earlier tonight in light of the worsening conditions outside. Just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
I could probably go either way. Since we have Carol, we have her, we're on her schedule. I might suggest that Councilmember Matthews says defer.
If it's going to be more than an hour, I would say defer. If we can do it within the next hour, I'm open to it.
Carol, how much time do you expect on this?
Well, I have about 20 slides. I could go quickly. I did have an exercise at the end, but certainly not something that we can abbreviate if you'd like. But if you feel, if it's safer for folks to go home, that is completely fine on my end as well.
What do you think, Council?
I wouldn't want to rush this conversation. If that means I'm on that side of, if it's going to be more than an hour, let's defer it, then that would be my advice, but just one voice.
I'm hearing defer. Okay. All right. Carol, I hope that it's not a problem for you to reschedule and come back to us when staff can get this on our agenda.
Mayor, I think that would be a great idea because we might have even more information for you by that time.
Great.
So an
Thank
even
you.
fuller discussion.
Thank you, Carol.
Anything else, Erin?
We're done.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Sweet.
And I just wanted to say thank you. You spent a lot of time with some of us outside of here explaining and re-explaining and explaining again, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
It is our pleasure, honestly. We enjoy this stuff. So we're just trying to bring it forward in the most clear way possible. And Councilmember McCarthy, I hear you on the numbering. I caught that, and I was like, shoot, too bad we didn't realize that up front. But as we go forward, we're learning.
And Council, thank you for how seriously you are taking this. This is, I think we all recognize that this is a critical decision for our community, and I just appreciate the amount of work and brain power that goes into considering all these options. All right, so we're moving down to item number 14, which is public participation, and I don't see any public participation. So then we're going to move down to 15, which is informational items. I'll start online and start with Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything at this time. You guys all be safe driving home.
And you be warm. Councilmember Harris.
I do have something, but I'm sending it to all of you, so you'll get it later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Vice Mayor.
I have nothing else tonight. Bye-bye.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember House.
I'll defer and hold off, so nothing tonight, meow meow.
Nothing tonight. And City Manager.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we're adjourned.